Chapter 940. The Emperor Wu's secret treasure is at the bottom of the stone stairs? I think so. I was still guessing what would be behind this magnificent door that was embedded in the ground, but I didn't expect that it would be a lonely high platform. After we pass through the door, we'll land on the high platform and walk down the stone stairs. As for what's at the end of the stone stairs, we have no idea. The unknown is the scariest. It seems like we'll have to be careful after we enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The young disciples from the various forces discussed among themselves. Most of them had a hint of anxiety on their faces. Some of them even had the thought of retreating. However, as soon as they thought of retreating, they recalled the many treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Their spirits were lifted, and they completely dismissed the thought of retreating. Wealth came from danger. If they did not even have the courage to take risks, they were destined to be mediocre for life. As long as I can obtain more than 2 profundity fragments, I'll soar into the sky. Many young disciples in the various major forces were muttering the same words to themselves. It seems like the other forces have the same distribution of profundity fragments as our 5-element sect. Huang Daniu, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, laughed. Of course. Otherwise, who would risk their lives for the profundity fragments? Duan Lingtian did not take it to heart. In his opinion, the various forces must know how to make a choice if they wanted to motivate their disciples. The door to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is open. Shouldn't we go in now? It was unknown who said this. However, no one dared to be the first to stand out. Everyone's eyes fell on the translucent light shield above the open door. Ever since the monk disciple from the Empyrean Temple was killed by the explosion, this translucent light shield had become a shadow in their hearts. As long as the light shield did not disappear, they would never cross the line. Whoosh! Suddenly, a soft sound resonated. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the translucent light shield disappeared into thin air as though it was never there. It's finally gone. If it didn't disappear, I'm afraid nobody would dare to enter. When the young disciples of the various forces saw this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Shouldn't we go in? At the same time, many young disciples of the various forces stared at the senior members of their respective forces with puzzlement in their eyes. Before the upper echelons of the various forces could open their mouths, a layer of gray light appeared out of thin air above the open door. This caused the expressions of the people from the various forces to change, except for Duan Lingtian. Seeing everyone's expression, Duan Lingtian was momentarily speechless. Isn't it just an inscription formation that tests the age of the person who enters? Is there a need for such a big reaction? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When the translucent light shield disappeared, he had already sensed that another inscription formation to test his age had been activated. What the hell is going on? The door is open, and the translucent light barrier is gone. Why is there another layer of gray light barrier? Could this gray light shield be the same as the previous translucent light shield? One touch and you'll die, right? The young disciples of the various forces were worried, and no one dared to try. Even the upper echelons of the various forces had dread written all over their faces. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong who were next to him. Then, he stepped on the air and descended toward the gray light shield at an extremely fast speed. In just a few moments, Duan Lingtian arrived near the gray light shield. You're seeking death. When Zishang and Hu Fei saw Duan Lingtian's action, a hint of coldness crept up the corner of their mouths. Both of them felt that Duan Lingtian would definitely die. Duan Lingtian. Xian Bei, who was standing among the group of people from Empyrean Temple, and Zhang Yin, who was standing among the group of people from Emotion-Severing Sect, raised their eyebrows. They were shocked by Duan Lingtian's action. Among the group of 5-element sect's upper echelons, other than Tiangu, who was deep in thought, turned pale. This little fellow is too reckless. Guochong and Qi Yu's expression turned grave. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already touched the gray light shield. Even if there was something wrong with the gray light shield, they would not be able to save him in time. Just when most of the people thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be killed, Duan Lingtian passed through the gray light shield smoothly as though nothing had happened. Through the setting sun that sprinkled on the ground like blood, Everyone could see that the black shadow behind the gray light shield had landed steadily on the high platform inside. Duan Lingtian is actually fine. It seems like the gray light shield doesn't have any lethality. Realization dawned on the disciples of the various forces. Before the others could fully realize it, a figure that looked like a fire elf had already followed Duan Lingtian through the gray light shield, the door, and entered. It was none other than Feng Tianwu. When Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and Huang Daniyu were shocked by Duan Lingtian's actions, Feng Tianwu was the only one who followed Duan Lingtian like a shadow. This showed that she had unconditional trust in Duan Lingtian. I can't believe that a few of us men can't even be compared to a woman. Huang Daniyu smiled wryly and shook his head before he followed suit. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong looked at each other and smiled wryly. After that, they passed through the gray light shield and stepped on the mysterious high platform below the door. I understand now. At this moment, Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak of Five Element Sect, exclaimed in a low voice, "This gray light shield is the inscription formation that's used to test the age of the person who enters." The moment Tian Gu's words left his mouth, the group of inscription masters present on the scene was enlightened. At the same time, they could not help but wonder how Duan Lingtian knew that the gray light shield would not harm him. Could it be that he was also an inscription master? If he was really an inscription master, how powerful would his attainment in the inscription Dao be to be able to be the first one among all the inscription masters present on the scene to react to it? Whoosh! Soon after, another person from the Five Element Sect passed through the gray light shield and entered. It was none other than Nangong Chun. Since even Nangong Chun had entered, it was only natural that Nangong Yi would enter as well. Subsequently, the Five Element Sect's disciples followed suit and entered one after another. It looked like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Hermph! He's lucky. Zishang stood behind the five vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. His face was extremely gloomy. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would be killed by the inscription formation at the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Who would have thought that not only was Duan Lingtian not killed, but he even became the first person to enter and stole the limelight. What's the hurry? Why don't you go in now and kill him directly? A gloomy, hoarse, and old voice reverberated in Zishang's mind, bewitching him. The moment Zishang heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. Kill. Without waiting for the five vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort to say anything, Zishang flew out and entered the gray light shield, entering Emperor Wu's secret treasure. A terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. Below the gray light shield, on the high platform under the wide-open door, a group of Five Element Sect's disciples led by Duan Lingtian stood on the high platform and looked around curiously. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong were also standing next to Duan Lingtian. The high platform was square in shape. All three directions were pitch black. It was so deep that one could not see the end of it. It was like a bottomless abyss. Only the last direction had a stone staircase that led to the bottom. I can't see the end of this stone staircase at first glance. I wonder where it leads to. Huang Daniyu frowned and muttered to himself. No matter where it leads to, we have no choice. We can only follow it down. Duan Lingtian said, "Why don't we fly down from the other three directions and have a look?" Su Li suggested. Fly. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. From the moment they stepped on this high platform, they had already entered the area covered by the flight-prohibiting formation. You want to fly? Sure. As long as you have the strength that's on par with Emperor Wu's powerhouse. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to explain, his expression changed as though he had noticed something. He lifted his head abruptly and looked at the sky not far away in front of him. There, a white figure appeared. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a white lightning and charged toward him. Zishang. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. He immediately recognized the white-clad young man who was charging toward him. It was Zishang. He did not expect Zishang's speed to be so fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of him. Bang! An explosive sound of air exploding sounded out. It was Zishang who had arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He raised his hand and smashed out a punch. The flames on his fist skyrocketed. accompanied by waves of piercingly cold azure wind that grew stronger and stronger. His punch was like a collapsing mountain that flashed directly toward Duan Lingtian. Its speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian had no time to block it. He could only instinctively stomp on the ground and retreat swiftly. "You're courting death." At almost the exact same moment, a delicate shout sounded out. It was Feng Tianwu who stood nearby that made her move. Her entire body was enveloped by flames that shot into the sky. She seemed to have transformed into a true fire spirit as she flashed towards Yishang, who was chasing after Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! A long whip that was like a red spirit snake shot directly towards Zishang's hand that had punched out. Right at this moment, under the gazes of everyone present, the figures of Duan Lingtian and Zishang, who flashed out of the high platform, swayed. They actually lost control and fell down swiftly as if they were about to fall into the bottomless abyss. At the same time, the long whip in Feng Tianwu's hand missed as well. Zishang's rapid fall had exceeded her expectations. Elder brother Duan, Feng Tianwu, who stood at the side of the high platform, looked at the violet figure that gradually disappeared into the bottomless abyss. Her face went grim, and then she didn't even think before jumping down as well. When she jumped down, she finally realized why her elder brother Duan and Zishang would lose control and fall down. It turned out that no matter how one circulated their origin energy, they were unable to fly in this place. Young Miss Tianwu, Suli, Zhang Shouyong, and Huang Dania's faces went grim. They stood at the side of the high platform and looked at Feng Tianwu, who was falling down as well. They were completely unaware of what had happened. Why can't we fly here? Chapter 941. After dodging Zishang's attack and retreating from the high platform, Duan Lingtian initially wanted to use his energy to attack the air. He wanted to use the air resistance to create a recoil force to propel his body back to the high platform. After all, there was a flight-prohibiting formation here, and he could not fly. However, after trying a few times, he realized that the air around him did not create any resistance at all. His energy swept out and disappeared completely as though it had entered a ball of cotton. It was as though it had never appeared. Let alone the sound of air exploding, even the sound of wind whistling could not be heard. What's going on? Under his great shock, the memories of the rebirth martial emperor flashed past Duan Lingtian's mind. In the end, he finally found the answer. So that's how it is. If it's a flight-prohibiting formation set up by an inscription inscribed by an Emperor Wu stage inscription master, other than forbidding a martial artist from flying, the air resistance would also be removed. After finding out the reason, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. At this moment, he could clearly feel that he was falling faster and faster. If this continued, he would most likely be smashed into minced meat when he reached the end. Whoosh! Suddenly, a soft sound resonated by Duan Lingtian's ears. It shocked him so much that he could not help but narrow his eyes. When he turned his head to look, he realized that Zishang, who was falling with him, actually wanted to attack him in such an environment. The milky white origin energy on Zishang's hand swayed and transformed into a vast red flame. When strands of solidified green wind merged with it, the flame suddenly soared. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Zishang's head was constantly changing. Initially, there were only 100 silhouettes of ancient horn dragons. Subsequently, another 200 silhouettes of ancient horn dragons appeared. Subsequently, another 400 silhouettes of ancient horn dragons appeared. In the end, as the green energy merged with the flame soared and another 100 silhouettes of ancient horn dragons appeared. I knew it. This Zishang is only a 7th level void interpretation martial artist. How could his speed be so fast? He arrived in front of me in just a blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but narrow. His face was filled with shock. As it turns out, he has comprehended the 1st level advanced fire concept and 3rd level advanced wind concept. Not only that, with the addition of the wind force prowess to his fire force, his fire concept can gain an additional strength of 100 ancient horn dragons. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian gasped. He had never expected that Zishang's strength would improve so much in just a few months. He still remembered. When the Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the Tin Dynasties all those years ago, Zishang was only a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and only his wind concept was slightly stronger from the two concepts he'd comprehended, yet it wasn't very strong. Today, when he saw Zishang again, his spiritual energy immediately probed Zishang's current cultivation base, the 7th-level void interpretation. He was not surprised by this. Although Zishang was only a second-level void interpretation martial artist, if Skywolf Fort really saw him as their trump card to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they would definitely spare no effort to cultivate him. The spirit fruits in Skywolf Fort would definitely be used on him. With the strength of the Skywolf Fort, it wasn't difficult for them to make Zishang go from a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist to a 7th-level void interpretation stage martial artist in a few months of time. However, the problem was, a martial artist cultivation base could be raised in a short period of time with spirit fruits, but concept could not. No matter how many concept fragments there was a limit to how fast one could raise one's concept. Perhaps there's a profound assimilation formation in Skywolf Fort, but the profound assimilation formation is not enough to raise Zishang's strength so much, unless he can merge his spiritual energy with it like I did. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's face froze. His eyes narrowed as he muttered, could it be that the remnant soul of the powerhouse suspected to be Emperor Wu hiding in Zishang's body has some kind of technique that allows Zishang to gain benefits that are not inferior to mine in the profound assimilation formation? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally came to a realization. Although it was only a remnant soul, it was still the remnant soul of the powerhouse suspected to be Emperor Wu after all. It was not surprising that it had some special technique. Moreover, the profound assimilation formation was only an inscription formation set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master. It did not seem difficult for the soul of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu to enter it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had inadvertently glanced at Zishang, noticed a 7-foot-long spear had appeared in Zishang's hand. It was a spirit spear. The 7-foot-long spear was completely shrouded by the wind and flames in Zishang's hand as it merged into the spear. It was surrounded by green energy and red energy. Whoosh! At the same time, another 78 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky above Zishang's head. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was not surprised at all. When Zishang took out the 7-foot-long spear, he could already tell it was a Grade 2 spirit spear. A Grade 2 spirit weapon refined by an ordinary Grade 2 weapon craftsman would only have a 78% increase in strength at most, just like the 7-foot-long spear in Zishang's hand. The heaven and earth phenomenon above Zishang's head had now gathered into 878 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. They were ready to attack at any time. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a sword that emitted an unusual aura. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. When the Grade 2 spirit spear in Zishang's hand was about to stab him, he did not hesitate at all. The origin energy in his hand entered the quasi-royal grade spirit sword easily. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon quickly consolidated. 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air. A first-level void transformation martial artist's origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword could double the strength. With Duan Lingtian's origin energy as the foundation, it could double the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. In total, it was the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. This was Duan Lingtian's concept that he did not use. As the waves of concepts merged with the origin energy like shadows and entwined around the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, a khaki-colored energy appeared, and purple lightning followed like a shadow. On top of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, there was an additional fierce aura. Not only that, but there were also gusts of solidified wind entwining around the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon underwent a tremendous change. Next to the 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air. In total, There were 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horn dragons. The strength of the 4 types of concepts combined was equivalent to the strength of 600 ancient horn dragons. Among the 300 ancient horn dragons, the earth concept, thunder concept, and sword concept each accounted for 100 ancient horn dragons. The remaining 300 ancient horn dragons were exclusive to the wind concept. Before entering the profound assimilation formation, among the 4 types of concepts that Duan Lingtian had comprehended, only the wind concept was the void interpretation concept. The other 3 were only the void initiation concepts. For this reason, in the profound assimilation formation, Duan Lingtian's wind concept had undoubtedly improved the most. It had risen to the second-level advanced stage in one fell swoop. The second-level advanced wind concept was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horn dragons. In the face of Zishang's spear attack that contained the strength of 878 ancient horn dragons, Duan Lingtian stood with his sword in hand. A disdainful sneer crept up on the corner of his mouth. Above his head, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horn dragons hovered there, accumulating their strength and waiting to strike. Zishang thrust his spear out with all his might. The wind and fire energy on the spear skyrocketed before transforming into a swift wind-fire spear ray that shot toward Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. Due to the fact that the flight-prohibiting formation had sucked away all the air resistance, Zishang's wind-fire spear ray did not set off any wind whistling or air explosion even though it contained an extremely powerful force. Everything was exceptionally quiet. It was so quiet that it was a little strange. Humph. Let's see if you can still survive this time. After the spear ray shot out from the Grade 2 spirit spear in his hand, a sneer crept up on the corner of Zishang's mouth. However, the sneer on the corner of Zishang's mouth quickly froze. Impossible! Zishang raised his head. He originally wanted to see the scene of Duan Lingtian's body being penetrated by the spear ray, but he did not expect to see a scene that made his guts burst. I must be dreaming. Zishang roared in his heart. Looking at the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the distant sky, Zishang's pupils constricted. His face was filled with astonishment, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How can this Duan Lingtian possess such a powerful force? Zishang was unwilling to believe that all of this was real. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian made his move. Faced with Zishang's swift spear ray that was silently approaching, a sneer crept up on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook as it went up against the spear ray that was approaching menacingly. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian made his move as fast as lightning. The spirit sword in his hand pointed at the side of the spear ray. The strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons swept out and did not encounter any resistance. It easily destroyed the spear ray that contained the strength of 878 ancient horned dragons. Bang! A loud noise reverberated. It was the sound of the spear ray exploding. At the same time, Duan Lingtian made use of the recoil force produced when the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand destroyed the spear ray and suddenly shot into the distance. That was the direction where Zishang was. Zishang's body was still falling, but his falling speed was not worth mentioning at all in front of Duan Lingtian's swift speed. Zishang. When Duan Lingtian charged toward Zishang, his eyes were extremely cold and filled with killing intent. Zishang had caused him a lot of trouble in the past. Last time, he was almost killed by the 6 Skywolf Fort's elders. At that time, Tamu stood in front of him and lost his life because of him. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Chapter 942. Horror dawned on Zishang's face when he saw Duan Lingtian borrowing the force from his spear ray and charging toward him with his sword. At this moment, the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head that were charging toward him were like a ferocious beast in Zishang's eyes. The 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward him. They grew larger and larger in Zishang's eyes, causing him to shudder with fear. That was the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. If it landed on him, he would definitely die. Elder Ghost. Due to the flight-prohibiting formation, Zishang could not escape at all. He could only ask for help from the remnant soul hidden in his body. His voice reverberated in his mind in an extremely urgent manner. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was charging toward Zishang with his sword, clearly saw a small black appearing out of thin air between Zishang's brows. The small black dot was growing rapidly. "Old fellow, how dare you be dishonest in front of me?" Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian naturally realized that the remnant soul in Zishang's body that was suspected to be Emperor Wu had temporarily taken over Zishang's body. At this moment, a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He raised his other hand, and a stone tablet that was partially broken appeared in his hand. At this moment, the broken stone tablet trembled as though it had discovered its prey and was about to pounce on it. "Damn it!" At the same time, a gloomy and old voice resonated in the depths of Zishang's mind. There was a hint of exasperation in the voice, and it was filled with fear toward the broken stone tablet. At the same time, the small black dot between Zishang's brows did not even have the time to transform into a black flame mark before it disappeared again. Zishang regained control of his body, but he was not happy at all. "Humph!" Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and casually grabbed the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. He held the Devil Seal tablet in one hand and the sword in the other as he continued to charge toward Zishang. Duan Lingtian moved like a bolt of lightning and arrived near Zishang's position in just a blink of an eye. He would be in a good position to attack and kill Zishang soon. "Ghost Elder." Zishang's expression changed drastically when he saw this, and he once again sought help from the strand of remnant soul hidden within his body. "What should I do now? If this Duan Lingtian really succeeds, then not only will I die for sure, but even you won't be able to escape the fate of being suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet." Zishang panicked, completely panicked. He originally thought that with his current strength, it would not be difficult to kill Duan Lingtian, but he never expected that. In the past few months, the improvement in Duan Lingtian's strength was even more terrifying than the improvement in his strength. When he unleashed all his techniques, he could exert the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. He had a strength of over 100 ancient horned dragons more than him, and he was completely crushed. There's only one way now. Throw out the Devil Seal tablet fragment in your hand. In that way, not only will you be able to borrow the strength to escape, but you'll also be able to make the Devil Seal tablet fragment resonate with the Devil Seal tablet in his hand, causing him to have no time to chase after you. Ghost Flame's voice reverberated in Zishang's mind and told him the method to survive before Duan Lingtian. "Ghost Elder, if you throw out the Devil Seal tablet fragment, I'll indeed be able to borrow the strength to escape. But even if I escape, I'll still be unable to escape death if I keep falling, right?" Zishang took a deep breath and said hastily, "If I fall from such a high place and don't have the help of the Devil Seal tablet fragment when I'm close to the ground, then even if I exert my full strength, I'll still be unable to resist the force of the fall. At that time, I'll surely fall to my death." "Don't worry. Even if you keep falling, you'll be fine. I'm sure of this." Ghost Flame spoke again with a voice filled with confidence. Zishang's eyes lit up when he heard Ghost Flame's words. He had been with Ghost Flame for a long time, and he believed that Ghost Flame would not lie to him. After all, this matter was related to Ghost Flame's life and death. Once he died, his soul would be annihilated as well. At that time, Ghost Flame's remnant soul would be trapped in his body. Once Ghost Flame's remnant soul was exposed to the air, it would not take long for it to be completely annihilated. "Ghost Elder, I believe in you." Zishang took a deep breath and raised his hand. A stone that was the size of 3 adult fists appeared in his hand. There were some ancient words on the stone that were difficult to decipher. Almost at the same time Zishang took out the stone, Duan Lingtian, who was about to attack and kill Zishang, suddenly had a change in expression. At this moment, he clearly noticed that the Devil Seal tablet in his hand had suddenly become restless, as though it had sensed something. It looked as though it wanted to break free from his restraints. The Devil Seal tablet continued to tremble violently, causing Duan Lingtian's body to tremble as well, causing his hand that was holding the sword to loosen. Bang! At this moment, A loud noise resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. When he looked over, he saw that Zishang's legs had kicked the stone that was suspended in the air. As Zishang's legs landed on the narrow stone, his entire body seemed to have transformed into an arrow that was released from a bow. He borrowed the force and flew down rapidly. In an instant, Zishang's body completely disappeared into the bottomless abyss before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Is he looking for death? Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb when he saw Zishang's body falling rapidly. Zishang's actions would undoubtedly increase the speed of his fall. Once he reached the ground, would he not be smashed into a pulp? However, Duan Lingtian had no time to care about Zishang. He was shocked to discover that, at this moment, the Devil Seal tablet in his hand was similar to the stone that Zishang had used to borrow force. It was suspended in the air, and even lifted him up so he would not continue falling. This Devil Seal tablet is really terrifying. Even the flight-prohibiting formation set up by Emperor Wu's stage inscription masters can't do anything to it. Duan Lingtian slightly exerted force in his hand that was holding the Devil Seal tablet and used the force to leap up. He landed on the Devil Seal tablet and stood up. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was even more curious about the Devil Seal tablet's origin. Suddenly, the Devil Seal tablet flew out from under Duan Lingtian's feet. Its target was the stone that Zishang had left behind. It was like a hunter that had discovered its prey. What's going on? When Duan Lingtian's gaze had just landed on the stone that was the size of 3 adult fists, he noticed that the stone had also transformed into a streak of light that shot toward the Devil Seal tablet under his feet. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's face tensed up. He exerted force in his feet and tried his best to stand firm. He was really worried that the Devil Seal tablet would collide with the stone and send him flying. In that case, he could only continue falling. What awaited him would be a pile of mush. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that his worries were completely unnecessary. When the Devil Seal tablet and the stone were close to each other, they actually stopped at the same time. They seemed to have reached some sort of tacit understanding and gave off a peaceful feeling. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who finally saw the appearance of the stone, clearly could not help but narrow his eyes. It was as if he had seen something that shocked him. Heavens! What did he see? This stone that was the size of 3 adult fists was actually carved with ancient words that were exactly the same as the words on the Devil Seal tablet. Even the handwriting was exactly the same. Before Duan Lingtian could react, he saw that the Devil Seal tablet under his feet and the stone were slowly approaching each other. After they were stuck together, not a single gap could be seen. The Devil Seal tablet that originally had a large gap was now perfectly stuck to the stone, leaving only a shattered corner. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he was dumbstruck. This stone that Zishang took out is actually a part of the Devil Seal tablet? Duan Lingtian looked at the Devil Seal tablet under his feet with a face full of shock. He clearly saw that after the Devil Seal tablet and the stone were stuck together, the words on the two were also perfectly aligned. There was not a single trace of disharmony. Although Duan Lingtian did not recognize these words, when the two were put together, the words were neatly arranged on the stone. This made him deeply aware of a problem. The Devil Seal tablet and the stone were originally a part of the same body. This means, if I can find the shattered corner of the Devil Seal tablet now, the Devil Seal tablet will be restored to its original state and become a complete Devil Seal tablet? Looking at the Devil Seal tablet that was missing a corner, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. When he recalled the terrifying power that the Devil Seal tablet had given him after he was devilified by the broken Devil Seal tablet, he was certain that once the Devil Seal tablet was restored, it would become even more powerful. Elder brother Duan. Before Duan Lingtian could finish his thoughts, he heard a familiar voice coming from the sky. When he raised his head to look over, he discovered that Feng Tianwu had actually fallen as well. However, the place where Feng Tianwu was falling was not where he was standing on the Devil Seal tablet that was floating in the air. This caused him to become slightly anxious. In his anxiety, Duan Lingtian instinctively thought of controlling the Devil Seal tablet to fly toward Feng Tianwu so that he could catch Feng Tianwu. Originally, Duan Lingtian was not completely confident that he could control the Devil Seal tablet. He only heaved a sigh of relief when the devil seal tablet flew toward the place where Feng Tianwu was falling according to his thoughts. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian put away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. His hands moved like the wind as he extended strands of gentle origin energy to help Feng Tianwu decelerate step by step. When Feng Tianwu's falling speed had completely slowed down, Duan Lingtian extended his hand and held onto Feng Tianwu's slender hand before bringing her to stand on the devil seal tablet. Elder brother Duan, this tablet of yours seems to be different from before? Feng Tianwu glanced at the devil seal tablet beneath her feet with surprise. She was not unfamiliar with this broken tablet. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties a few months ago, Duan Lingtian had lent it to her. Chapter 943.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Staring at the peerless beauty that was so close to him, his eyes became a little blurred. He did not even need to think to know why Tianwu fell with him. She must have jumped with him. At this moment, the love string in Duan Lingtian's heart was gently plucked, and it took him a long time to calm down. Has my importance in her heart surpassed her own life? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself in his heart. At the same time, his gaze when he looked at Feng Tianwu again was filled with gentleness. It was a gentleness that had not appeared for a long time. It was a gentleness that only appeared in front of his 2 fiancées. Elder brother Duan, what are you looking at? Feng Tianwu originally wanted to ask Duan Lingtian why the devil seal tablet changed. However, when she lifted her head, she realized Duan Lingtian was staring at her. The gentleness in his eyes seemed to be able to melt her heart completely. At this moment, she felt like crying. Even she did not know why she felt that way. And nothing. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. After retracting his gaze, he forced a smile on his face. Let's go. Let's go up. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian stepped on the devil seal tablet and rose into the sky with Feng Tianwu. The flight-prohibiting formation could not stop the devil seal tablet from flying. At the bottom of the entrance to Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the young disciples from the 6 major forces landed on the high platform one after another and stood steadily on it. What the hell is this place? He can't even fly in the air. Many of them cursed. There must be some kind of restriction. I guess there's a special inscription formation that's shrouding this area, causing us to be unable to fly. I've seen records of something similar to an inscription formation in an ancient book. This inscription formation seems to be called the Flight Prohibiting Formation. Flight Prohibiting Formation? What a domineering inscription formation. It directly took away our right to fly. The young disciples of the various forces discussed animatedly, and many of them began to look around. Apart from the stone stairs on this side, the other 3 sides are all pitch-black, bottomless abyss. You can't fly here. Once you fall, you'll definitely die. Isn't that so? Just now, 3 people fell down. I'm afraid they won't be able to escape death. What? Did someone fall?
Yes.
Which 3 people? You must have an impression of 2 of them, Duan Lingtian from 5 Element Sect, and that peerless beauty from Blade Sect. There's also a young disciple from Skywolf Fort. He's dressed in white and has an extraordinary bearing. In a short moment, many young disciples of the various powers found out that Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Zishang had fallen into the bottomless abyss. Duan Lingtian fell? Hu Fei came in later. Unlike the other 5 Element Sect's disciples, he only found out that Duan Lingtian had fallen into the bottomless abyss at the side of the high platform. Looks like even God is helping me. However, it's a pity for the 4 9th level concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hands, Hu Fei muttered to himself. His face was filled with pity when he reached the end of his sentence. After Empyrean Temple's Xianbei and emotion-severing sects, Zhang Yin heard that Duan Lingtian had fallen into the bottomless abyss. They stood at the side of the high platform and looked down. In their eyes, the bottomless abyss was like a giant beast with its mouth wide open. Once one entered it, it would be difficult for one to come out again. Duan Lingtian, looks like the agreement between you and me is going to be voided. Xianbei clasped his hands together and muttered. What a pity. A gleam flashed across Zhang Yan's eyes. His face was still cold, as though Duan Lingtian's death could not cause any ripples in his heart. He only felt that it was a pity. That Duan Lingtian is dead? When the group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples heard that Duan Lingtian had fallen into the bottomless abyss, their eyes lit up immediately. Their faces were filled with joy. Senior brother Lingtian, apart from Hu Fei, most of the five element sect's disciples stood at the side of the high platform. Their eyes were filled with sadness and pity as they looked at the bottomless abyss. What a pity that Duan Lingtian is dead. Nan Gongyi sighed. Not necessarily. Nan Gongchun shook his head. Huh. Nan Gongyi looked puzzled as he looked at Nan Gongchun curiously. Why do you say so? He doesn't look like someone who has a short life. Nan Gongchen's answer was direct, simple, and straightforward. The corner of Nan Gongyi's mouth twitched. For a moment, he was rendered speechless. Junior sister Feng has fallen in as well? Many of Blade Sect's disciples sighed. That peerless beauty had perished just like that? God was jealous of her talent. They're both dead. It's good that they're dead. It's good that they're dead. Lien Xiong stood at the side with a delighted smile on his face. He no longer dared to go against Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. However, when he knew that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had both fallen into the bottomless abyss and were definitely dead, he could not help but feel delighted. God's will. God's will. The smile on Lien Xiong's face grew even wider. In his opinion, God was helping him. However, his smile quickly froze. A series of surprised cheers resonated in his ears. It's senior brother Lingtian. Senior brother Lingtian is here. And that female disciple from Blade Sect as well. They're here together. Ha 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 ha. Senior brother Lingtian is fine. Senior brother Lingtian is fine. The eyes of the five element sect's disciples who were looking down from the side of the high platform lit up as they cried out in surprise. At this moment, their eyes were fixed on the two figures that were rising rapidly from the bottomless abyss. When Huang Daniyu found out about the flight-prohibiting formation, his heart sank completely. He knew that Duan Lingtian, who had fallen into the bottomless abyss, would definitely die. Duan Lingtian. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of him again, his eyes that were filled with disappointment suddenly lit up. He greeted Duan Lingtian excitedly. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong stood at the side. Originally, they felt the same as Huang Daniyu. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu coming up, the gloominess on their faces disappeared and was replaced with a sincere smile. They're not dead. They're not dead. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian is not dead? Xian Bei's eyes lit up. A rare smile crept up the corner of his mouth. Duan Lingtian, you really didn't disappoint me. Zhang Yan's eyes were filled with surprise. How did he get up here? After my test, I found out that there's almost no air resistance in the area covered by the flight-prohibiting formation. Zhang Yan, who had investigated the current situation, knew that there was no air resistance in this area other than the fact that it was impossible to fly in this area. For this reason, it was almost impossible to rely on the air resistance to create a recoil force to return to the high platform from the bottomless abyss. After a while, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a purple figure and a red figure rose up from the side of the high platform and appeared before their eyes. It was a young man in purple and a young woman in red. The man was handsome while the woman was beautiful. When they stood together, they looked like a golden couple. Senior brother Lingtian and this Blade Sect's female disciple are really a match made in heaven. They're a perfect match. Not only that, they both have monstrous martial Dao innate talent. They're really a match made in heaven. Perhaps our five-element sect can consider forming a marriage alliance with the Blade Sect. Many of the five-element sect's disciples were discussing animatedly. When their eyes landed on the young man and woman standing on the stone tablet with a missing corner, there was a hint of ambiguity in their eyes. The voices of these five-element sect's disciples clearly entered the ears of Duan Lingtian, who had just brought Feng Tianwu up. It made Duan Lingtian feel a little awkward. As for Feng Tianwu, her beautiful face had long turned crimson red. It was so red that it looked as though blood would drip out of it at any moment. It was so charming that it made people want to go up and give her a kiss. Duan Lingtian, I knew that your life won't be that short, you brat. Huang Dania laughed as he scolded. Although Huang Dania's tone was rude, Duan Lingtian could see his concern for him from his reddened eyes. He could not help but feel warm in his heart. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong also heaved a sigh of relief. How's this possible? When Hu Fei saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of him again, his face turned grave. His heart that had just risen to heaven fell back to hell in just a blink of an eye. That's impossible. That's impossible. He can actually fly within the range of the flight restriction array? Hu Fei kept shaking his head. He was unwilling to believe that this was real. At the same time, he began to size up Duan Lingtian and the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. In the end, his eyes landed on the stone tablet with a missing corner. Don't tell me it's this stone tablet? Hu Fei's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. At the same time, endless jealousy could be seen in the depth of his eyes. This Duan Lingtian, how can he take all the benefits? Sigh. When Lian Xiong saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, the smile on his face disappeared completely. Apart from feeling helpless, there was only helplessness in his heart. Isn't this place covered by the flight-prohibiting formation? Why are Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu still able to fly? Soon, someone cried out in alarm. Instantly, the attention of everyone started to move, and in the end, it descended onto the stone tablet that was missing a corner beneath Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's feet, and their eyes lit up. It's this stone tablet. What are the words carved on this stone tablet? I can't recognize any of them. This stone tablet can actually fly in the flight-prohibiting formation. It's definitely not something simple. The eyes on the stone tablet with a missing corner under Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's feet were filled with eagerness and desire. Many people's eyes gleamed with greed, as though they wanted to take the stone tablet with a missing corner for themselves. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also brought Feng Tianwu back to the high platform. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he put away the stone tablet with a missing corner, which was the Devil Seal tablet. Duan Lingtian, hand over the 4 9th level concept fragments and the stone tablet. Chapter 944. Duan Lingtian, who had just landed on the high platform with Feng Tianwu, was immediately surrounded by a group of people. He raised his eyebrows, but his expression remained calm. Duan Lingtian glanced at his surroundings nonchalantly. He immediately recognized the people surrounding him. They were the 17 disciples of Sun Moon Sect and the 19 disciples of Skywolf Fort. There were a total of 36 people. The opening of Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time was agreed upon by all the major forces. Each force could only bring 20 young disciples to share the loot. For this reason, each force only brought 20 young disciples. Out of the 20 disciples of Sun Moon Sect, one of them was killed by Duan Lingtian outside. There were still 19 of them left. At this moment, other than the 2 black-clad young men who were standing in the distance leisurely, the other 17 disciples of Sun Moon Sect had surrounded him. Each and every one of them was staring at him with hatred in their eyes. As for Skywolf Fort's side, other than Z Decease who had fallen into the bottomless abyss, the other 19 disciples, including Yi Ling, had surrounded him one by one. Unlike the hatred in the eyes of the 17 disciples of Sun Moon Sect, these 19 disciples of Skywolf Fort were staring at him with greed. It was as though he was some kind of treasure. Of course, he was not a treasure himself. It was just that he had a treasure in his hands. 4 9th level concept fragments. It was a stone tablet that allowed one to fly in the flight restriction formation. It was enough to attract the attention of most people. Hu Lin, are we really not going? One of the 2 Sun Moon Sect's disciples who were standing in the distance frowned. This is not good, right? Lu Kai is our junior brother after all. It's our duty to avenge him. What? Do you want to die as well? The other person asked nonchalantly with a smirk on his face. Die? You mean Duan Lingtian can deal with them? The former sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, But, is this possible? Those are the 36 elites among the younger generation in Sun Moon Sect and Skywolf Fort. Even if all the people from 5 Element Sect were to go, I'm afraid they might not be a match for them, right? The former added, Zhang Ping, you are wrong. Hu Lin's eyes narrowed as a trace of fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. He muttered, that Duan Lingtian is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Do you really think that he could kill Lu Kai with a single punch, just because his strength is slightly stronger than Lu Kai? I can see that. When this Duan Lingtian killed Lu Kai, he didn't use a spiritual weapon, but he still had a lot of energy left. 36 people. Although it's a lot of people, it's still wishful thinking for them to deal with this Duan Lingtian. Hu Lin's tone was solemn. Is he really that scary? When Zhang Ping heard this, his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by 36 disciples of Sun Moon Sect and Skywolf Fort. Whether it's that scary or not, you'll know once you continue watching. Hu Lin said calmly, I believe that when the time comes, you will be glad that you managed to keep your life. This bunch of idiots. How dare they not listen to me? They deserve to die. When Hu Lin reached the end of his sentence, the idiots that he was talking about were none other than the 17 Sun Moon Sect's disciples who were blinded by hatred. Before the 17 Sun Moon Sect's disciples surrounded Duan Lingtian, they had invited him to join them, but he had rejected them. Not only that, when he voiced his concerns, the 17 Sun Moon Sect's disciples even called him a coward. They even said that he did not deserve to be the chief eldest senior brother of the current generation in Sun Moon Sect. What are all of you doing? When they saw that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were surrounded, many of the Five Element Sect's disciples had a drastic change in expression. Some of them had a murderous gleam in their eyes as they stared at the group of Sun Moon Sect and Skywolf Fort's disciples with hostility. Duan Lingtian, as long as you hand over the 4 9th level concept fragments and that stone tablet earlier, we'll let you go. Among the group of Skywolf Fort's disciples, Yi Ling, who was Duan Lingtian's old acquaintance and the former strongest person among the younger generation in the Great Qing dynasty, glared at Duan Lingtian coldly as she shouted in a deep voice, Yi Ling? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a mocking smile crept up the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the first thought that popped up in his mind was none other than Yi Ling and the group of Skywolf Fort's and Sun Moon Sect's disciples' heads being kicked by donkeys. Did they think that they could deal with him just because they had more people? However, Duan Lingtian did not know about this at all. The group of Skywolf Fort's disciples who came later did not know that he had killed a 9th level void interpretation Sun Moon Sect's disciple who had comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept with just one punch. Otherwise, they would not have agreed to the Sun Moon Sect's disciple's request and colluded with the Sun Moon Sect's disciple to deal with him. As for the group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples, most of them were blinded by hatred. The Sun Moon Sect was different from the other forces. The disciples in the sect were basically taken in since they were young and had undergone a series of brainwashing education. For the sake of the Sun Moon Sect's benefit, they would do anything regardless of the gains and losses. To put it simply, most of the Sun Moon Sect's disciples were a bunch of lunatics. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Hu Lin, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Sun Moon Sect, had not been brainwashed by the Sun Moon Sect, even though he was smart since he was young. A bunch of lunatics. Nangongyi shook his head and stood at the side with a calm expression. He was not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety at all. A bunch of people who have a death wish. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong stood at the other side. They were not nervous at all. It was as if they were unconcerned about this matter. Of course, the reason they were so calm was because they trusted Duan Lingtian's strength. The Skywolf Fort's disciples are still alright since they don't know about Duan Lingtian's strength. However, that group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples still dare to go against Duan Lingtian, even though they know about Duan Lingtian's strength. Is there something wrong with their heads? Tian Zhen's eyes widened as he glanced at Tan Huan, who was next to him, and voiced out the doubts in his heart. Look at the eyes of those 17 Sun Moon Sect's disciples. It's different from the eyes of the other 19 Skywolf Fort's disciples. The eyes of the Sun Moon Sect's disciples are filled with hatred. The eyes of the Skywolf Fort's disciples are filled with greed. Tan Huan was very observant and easily noticed some clues. The former must be trying to avenge Lu Kai, the Sun Moon Sect's disciple who was killed by Duan Lingtian earlier. The latter must be bewitched by the Sun-Moon sect's disciples and wants to snatch the treasures on Duanlingtian. It seems like the Skywolf Fort's disciples are being used by the Sun-Moon sect's disciples. After observing for a while, Tianjin nodded his head in agreement with Tan Huan's words. Senior Brother Yin, should we join? At this moment, an emotion-severing sect's disciple looked at Zhang Yin and asked with a burning gaze. The people from emotion-severing sect came with the people from Skywolf Fort. Similarly, they did not witness the scene of Duanlingtian killing Lu Kai, the Sun-Moon sect's disciple, with just one punch. They did not know about Duanlingtian's strength. At the same time, the other 18 emotion-severing sect's disciples, other than Qi Feng and Qin Lian, who were Duanlingtian's old acquaintances, were all staring at Duanlingtian with greed in their eyes. Qi Feng and Qin Lian were the people who ranked 3rd and 4th respectively in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that was held at Skywolf Fort a few months ago. Later on, they followed Paeon, the sect leader of emotion-severing sect, to the emotion-severing sect. This time, the opening of Emperor Wu's secret treasure had caused their strength to increase tremendously after being groomed by the emotion-severing sect. All of them were entrusted with the heavy responsibility of searching and snatching the profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's secret treasure for the emotion-severing sect. All of you can go ahead if you don't want to die. Zhang Yan's face was cold as he said in a neutral tone, Humph. At this moment, a person walked out of the emotion-severing sect. It was a young man who was close to 40 years old who wore a gray robe. He glanced at Zhang Yan coldly and said sarcastically, Zhang Yan, as the sect leader's direct disciple, you're really getting more and more cowardly. If the sect's old ancestors of the past knew that the emotion-severing sect's disciple, who has successfully cultivated the supreme emotion-forgetting technique, is actually so cowardly, I'm afraid they'd be so angry that they'd throw up 3 liters of blood even in the netherworld. When the gray-clad young man reached the end of his sentence, the mockery on his face became even more obvious. There was even a hint of jealousy and hatred in the depth of his eyes. Anyone with a discerning eye could see with just a glance that he did not get along with Zhang Yan. Go ahead if you're not afraid of dying. Zhang Yan did not even look at the gray-clad young man as he said nonchalantly, however, I still have to remind you, if you die, you can only blame it on your bad luck. The sect won't stand up for you. Of course, I'm not as cowardly as you are. The gray-clad young man's face turned grave when he was ignored by Zhang Yan. He snorted coldly. Subsequently, he called out to the other emotion-severing sect's disciples, fellow senior brothers, follow me if you want to share the loot with the Sun-Moon sect and Skywolf Fort's disciples. The moment the gray-clad young man's words left his mouth, he had already flown out and joined the ranks of the Sun-Moon sect and Skywolf Fort's disciples. His eyes were filled with greed as he stared at Duanlingtian. Senior Brother Wei, wait for me. Immediately, another emotion-severing sect's disciple flew out as well. Senior Brother Wei is a 9th-level void interpretation powerhouse who has comprehended the 1st-level void transformation concept. I don't think it'll be difficult for him to kill that Duanlingtian. Subsequently, the emotion-severing sect's disciples followed suit one after another. After a short while, only Zhang Yan, Qi Feng, Qin Lian, and 5 other emotion-severing sect's disciples remained. 12 emotion-severing sect's disciples, including the gray-clad young man, joined the encirclement and stared at Duanlingtian with greed in their eyes. How lively! Duanlingtian was not afraid when he saw the group of people around him had shrunk from 36 to 48. Instead, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Tianwu, leave first. Duanlingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and said with a smile. When Feng Tianwu saw the confidence in Duanlingtian's eyes, she immediately dismissed the thought of helping Duanlingtian and nodded sensibly. Subsequently, she strode out of the encirclement. The group of Skywolf Fort's disciples who had formed the encirclement made way for her. Their target was Duanlingtian, not Feng Tianwu. Chapter 945. Surrounded by the 48 young disciples from the 3 major forces, Duanlingtian had a smile on his face. Even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him, his expression would not change. Humph, Duanlingtian, you're about to die, and you can still smile. Yiling sneered. Her eyes gleamed with a ruthless gleam. Are you so sure that the person who will die will be me? Upon hearing Yiling's words, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even brighter. His tone was indifferent, as though he did not care about the crisis in front of him at all. In the distance, a group of 5-element sect's disciples looked at the group of Sun-Moon sect, Skywolf Fort, and Emotion-Severing sect's disciples who had surrounded Duan Lingtian. Their faces were filled with mockery, mocking them for overestimating themselves. They're really seeking death. Do they really think they can kill Duan Lingtian just because they have more people? Many of the Empyrean Temple and Blade sect's disciples had disdain written all over their faces. They looked down on the Sun-Moon sect, Skywolf Fort, and Emotion-Severing sect's disciples who had surrounded Duan Lingtian. They had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength with their own eyes. A 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept and wielded a Grade 2 spirit weapon was instantly killed by him with just one punch. Until now, they could still feel chills running down their spines when they recalled the scene. Duan Lingtian's strength was just too terrifying. Until now, nobody knew how strong Duan Lingtian's true strength was. Xian Bei stood by the side. His calm gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, as though he was trying to see through Duan Lingtian. Humph! What a bluff! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yiling sneered again. Then, she shouted, "Attack!" Following Yiling's order, the 48 young disciples from the 3 major forces, including herself, flew out one after another and pounced on Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by them. The moment they made a move, they utilized their spirit weapons. All of their origin energy exploded, and their concepts followed like shadows as they charged towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing aura. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rained down on Duan Lingtian. Due to the fact that the air resistance in this area had been completely removed by the flight-prohibiting formation, although the attacks of the 48 young powerhouses were fierce, they did not cause any sound of wind whistling or air exploding. The several thousand silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were originally hovering above the 48 young powerhouses in a circle were also dashing toward the encirclement. Thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes charged out, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner. Senior Brother Lingtian. Although they were confident in Duan Lingtian, many of the 5-element sect's disciples were still worried when they saw Duan Lingtian's figure being drowned by the 48 young powerhouses from the 3 major forces in just a blink of an eye. They broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. In the sky, the several thousand silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were squeezed together gave the onlookers a visual shock. It was as though they were experiencing a visual feast. Elder Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu stood by the side with a worried expression on her beautiful face. Duan Lingtian, you can do it. Huang Daniu waved his fist and said with a solemn expression. Very soon, the faces of the onlookers froze. Their eyes narrowed almost at the same time. Oh my God, what did they just see? The 48 young powerhouses who were charging towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner gathered together and drowned Duan Lingtian's figure. At the same time, their figures also came to a halt in the air. Following that, the onlookers only saw a flash in front of their eyes as though a sword light had flashed past. Following that, everyone was shocked to see that the 48 young men who were charging towards Duan Lingtian suddenly came to a halt in the air and were cut into 2 pieces one by one. Some of their heads were separated from their bodies, some of their upper and lower bodies were separated, some of their legs were chopped off, and many of them even had half of their heads and feet chopped off. Blood splattered all over the high platform as though it had gathered into a river. Blood flowed like a river. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of severed bodies fell on the high platform like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Blood splattered on the blood river like beautiful bloody roses. Arg, arg. At the same time, shrill screams came from the mouths of the young powerhouses whose legs and feet were chopped off. Following that, they fell to the ground one by one and kept rolling around in pain. Not long after, their bodies were covered in blood. As for the other young powerhouses, all of them had turned into severed bodies. Their lives had completely withered away, and they had paid the price for their reckless actions with their lives. Wretch! Wretch! The bloody scene caused many of the young disciples from the various forces to turn pale and vomit. Some of the female disciples, in particular, were so frightened that they kept vomiting. They hurriedly closed their eyes, not daring to look at the bloody scene again. Although they had more or less killed people before, they had never experienced such a scene before. To them, the scene earlier was simply purgatory on earth. You overestimate yourselves. At the same time, a cold voice resonated in the air. After the 48 young powerhouses from the 3 major forces were killed and crippled, Duan Lingtian, who was standing on the Devil Seal tablet and rising into the sky, spoke indifferently. His voice was filled with indifference. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the 13 young powerhouses who were lucky enough to survive with their legs and feet crippled. His eyes were filled with merciless coldness. "Spare my life. Spare my life. Duan Lingtian, I was blind. Please don't hold a grudge against me. Please forgive me. Senior Brother Yin, save me. Please save me." Among the 13 young powerhouses, other than the Sun-Moon sect's disciples who were unafraid of death, the disciples from Skywolf Fort and Emotion-Severing sect continued to beg for mercy. Some of the Emotion-Severing sect's disciples even begged Zhang Yin for help. There were a total of 8 Emotion-Severing sect's disciples, including Zhang Yin, Qi Feng, and Qin Lian. Senior Brother Yin, one of the Emotion-Severing sect's disciples, looked at Zhang Yin with a pained expression. It was obvious that he wanted to persuade Zhang Yin to save his fellow disciples who were crippled. Say no more. No matter who it is, they'll have to pay the price for their choices. Besides, even if I were to make a move, I might not be able to stop Duan Lingtian from killing them. Zhang Yan's voice was cold as he interrupted the Emotion-Severing sect's disciples' words. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with dread in his eyes. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to become so terrifying after just a few months. With just one sword, he did not even mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. But he had already killed 35 people and crippled 13. The speed of that sword was so fast that even he found it difficult to capture it. Initially, I thought that after cultivating the supreme emotion forgetting technique and mastering the initial mastery of ice and fire, I've already left Duan Lingtian in the dust. However, it seems like Duan Lingtian's strength is not inferior to mine. Zhang Yan's eyes flashed. A thick battle intent rose from the depths of his eyes. Naturally, he did not make a move even though the battle intent rose in his heart. This was because he knew that now was not the time to make a move. As for the Emotion-Severing sect's disciples who were crippled, he did not bother about them at all. In his opinion, everyone had to pay the price for their own choices. If there's a next life, remember this. There are some things that it's best to consider if you have the strength to do so before trying to get your hands on them. Duan Lingtian stood on the Devil Seal tablet. His purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His cold gaze swept across the 13 young powerhouses who were lying on the ground as he slowly lifted the sword in his hand. "Spare my life. Spare my life." As though they were aware of the impending danger, the surviving Skywolf Fort and Emotion-Severing sect's disciples knelt on the ground and kowtowed as they begged for mercy. Their voices were filled with fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. There are some things that once you've made a choice, it's hard to turn back. There are some things that you have to pay the price for once you've done them. Duan Lingtian's voice was cold as he enunciated each and every word clearly. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, the sword in his hand turned into a sword flower that bloomed dazzlingly. At the same time, the spectators could clearly see blood blossoming from the throats of the 13 young disciples from Sun-Moon sect, Skywolf Fort, and Emotion-Severing sect. Boom, 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 boom. 13 corpses fell to the ground one after another. They were completely silent. For a moment, the scene returned to its previous tranquility. The spectators' attention shifted to the purple figure standing above the river of blood and the mountain of corpses. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread that came from the bottom of their hearts. Drip, drip. The purple-clad young man stood with the sword in his hand that was still dripping blood. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Many people felt a chill run down their spines when they heard this voice. God of Slaughter. At this moment, many people present had the same thought as they looked at the purple-clad young man standing on the stone tablet with a chipped corner. As far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian was simply a god of slaughter. 48 young disciples from the 3 major forces were slaughtered in less than 10 breaths. Not a single one of them was left alive. They knew that even if they had Duan Ling Tian's strength, they might not be able to achieve this. They were not afraid of killing. However, it was difficult for them to kill so many people with just 2 swords and create hundreds of corpses. In a fit of rage, blood flowed like a river. It was nothing more than this. Many of the spectators were frightened and could not calm down for a long time. This is too scary. This Duan Ling Tian is too scary. The Blade Sect's disciple, Lin Xiong, who had attacked Duan Ling Tian earlier and whose sword was close to Duan Ling Tian's glabella, turned pale. His eyes were filled with extreme fear. At this moment, other than fear, there was only joy in his heart. He was glad that Feng Tianwu had made her move in time and severed his arm. Otherwise, he would have died. Hu Fei, who was originally standing in the corner with a pale face, was stunned when he saw Duan Ling Tian unleashing his invincible strength. Horror dawned on his face immediately. He noticed that after Duan Ling Tian killed the 48 young powerhouses from the 3 major forces, his gaze had shifted to him. His eyes were filled with killing intent, as though he was about to devour him. No. Chapter 946. The Devil Seal tablet under Duan Ling Tian's feet moved and brought him to Hu Fei in just a blink of an eye. He hovered in the air in front of Hu Fei. Hu Fei. Duan Ling Tian looked down at Hu Fei with a cold, killing intent in his eyes. Duan Ling Tian, why you can't kill me? You can't kill me. Horror dawned on Hu Fei's face when he saw Duan Ling Tian appearing in front of him in just a blink of an eye. His voice was filled with anxiety. He was afraid that Duan Ling Tian would kill him before he could finish his sentence. I can't kill you? Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, Duan Ling Tian smirked. What's the reason? He had long wanted to kill Hu Fei. Previously, the threat that Zishang posed to him made him realize the importance of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. That year, at the peak of Dubhe Peak in 7-Star Sword Sect, when he had the duel with Zishang and the promise of 2 years, if he had killed Zishang, none of the things related to Zishang would have happened. Hu Fei gave him an extremely oppressive sense of threat. He could faintly sense that as long as Hu Fei was still alive, he would definitely become the second Zishang in the future. When they were outside, the vicious gaze that Hu Fei gave him made him realize that Hu Fei must be eliminated. If he did not eliminate him, he would definitely be a huge disaster in the future. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian stood on the Devil Seal tablet and hovered in the air as he looked down at Hu Fei. Hu Fei's life was in the palm of his hand. As long as he waved the sword in his hand, he could instantly take Hu Fei's life. Reason? When Hu Fei heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly said, I'm the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. If you kill me, my master will definitely not let you go. He'll definitely not let you go. That's your reason? Duan Ling Tian initially thought that Hu Fei would come up with some new reason. Who would have thought that he would bring up Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, and use him as a shield? He had to admit that he was very disappointed. When he planned to kill Hu Fei, did he not consider that he would offend Cha Bai? Of course, he did. But he was not afraid. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian was indifferent to his reason, Hu Fei's face turned green and pale. In the end, he kneeled on the ground and kowtowed in front of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, spare me. Please spare me. Hu Fei kowtowed as he begged for mercy. I was blind in the past and offended you. As long as you don't kill me today, I promise I won't go against you in the future. Spare me. Please spare me. Hu Fei kept kowtowing. After a while, his forehead was stained with blood, and his face was filled with fear. It had to be said that Hu Fei's actions had shocked Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had never expected that at the moment of life and death, Hu Fei would completely abandon his dignity and kowtow to his former enemy and beg for mercy. Perhaps I've overestimated him. How can a person who betrays his master who saved his life and nurtured him possibly have any backbone? However, when he thought about Hu Fei's despicable past, Duan Lingtian felt relieved again. As the saying went, a dog can never change its habit of eating sh*t. This saying was referring to people like Hu Fei. This Hu Fei has really brought shame to Fire Peak and our five-element sect, Wang Daniu said with a disgusted look on his face. Other than a Fire Peak disciple who had a complicated look in his eyes, the other five-element sect's disciples looked at Hu Fei with disdain. The direct disciple of our five-element sect's peak master of Fire Peak only has this much backbone? Just like what senior brother Daniu said, he has really embarrassed Fire Peak and our five-element sect. If Peak Master Cha Bai sees this, I'm afraid he would be so angry that he would slap him to death, right? Embarrassing. This is too embarrassing. Each and every one of the five-element sect's disciples looked at Hu Fei and commented on him with disdain. Even the disciples from the other forces were looking at Hu Fei with disdain in their eyes. I can't believe that there's such a cowardly disciple in the five-element sect. I think he's the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak in the five-element sect. How blind must the Peak Master of Fire Peak be to accept such a disgraceful disciple? The five-element sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian, has profound strength and is iron-willed. He's revered. However, this five-element sect's disciple, Hu Fei, is a complete coward. He's really despicable. The disciples from the other forces were discussing among themselves. Their words were filled with disdain toward Hu Fei. Some of them even compared him to Duan Lingtian, forming a stark contrast. The discussions around him were not soft. They entered Hu Fei's ears clearly, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions and continued to kowtow to Duan Lingtian as though he did not hear anything. Duan Lingtian, please spare me. I beg you. I beg you. You're a magnanimous person. You're a magnanimous person. Please spare me. Please spare me. Hu Fei lowered his head and continued to kowtow to beg for mercy. However, his eyes were filled with extreme shame, anger, and hatred. He swore in his heart, that's right. As long as he could survive, he would definitely make Duan Lingtian pay him back tenfold, or even 100-fold for what he had done today. If Peak Master Cha Bai sees you kowtowing and begging for mercy in front of me like a coward, I'm afraid I don't even have to lift a finger. He'll personally kill you, right? Duan Lingtian raised the sword in his hand. His eyes narrowed as he said nonchalantly. When Hu Fei saw Duan Lingtian raising his sword from the corner of his eyes and was about to kill him, horror dawned on his face. He quickly stopped kowtowing and begged for mercy. As though he realized that he was about to face a great disaster, he shifted his gaze to a five-element sect's Fire Peak disciple who was standing nearby. He sent a voice transmission into the disciple's ears. If you do as I say, I don't believe that the strongest young powerhouses from all the major forces can't kill him even if they join forces. After the voice transmission, Hu Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and shouted, Duan Lingtian, I'll wait for you on the road to hell. Duan Lingtian did not expect that Hu Fei would stop kowtowing and begging for mercy at the last moment of life and death. His dignity and backbone seemed to have been awakened in an instant. Then, I'm afraid you won't be able to wait any longer. Soon, Duan Lingtian's face turned cold. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed it down. With just one slash, he ended Hu Fei's life. He had no strength to resist at all. Boom! It was only when Hu Fei's body fell to the ground that Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He knew very well that he had just dealt with a potential threat. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian did not notice it at all. Among the group of five-element sect's disciples, there was a Fire Peak's disciple who was staring at Hu Fei's body. His eyes were filled with grief and indignation. However, he gritted his teeth and did not reveal his emotions. When the group of five-element sect's disciples saw that Hu Fei had turned into a corpse, they could not help but sigh. However, none of them felt pity for Hu Fei. When Hu Fei was still in five-element sect, he already had a bad reputation. He was known as an ingrate. It was apparent that Hu Fei's absurd act of betraying his master who had saved his life and the Wood Peak who had nurtured him to join Fire Peak was still something that many of the five-element sect's disciples still found hard to let go of. Duan Lingtian killed Hu Fei with just a wave of his hand. Many of the young disciples from the other four major forces were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. They were afraid that Duan Lingtian would make a move on them. The decisiveness of Duan Lingtian's attack caused fear to rise from the bottom of their hearts. Both of you are very smart. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, after Duan Lingtian killed Hu Fei, he stared at the two black-clad young men who were standing alone at the side. They were the two surviving young disciples of Sun Moon sect. The reason why these two Sun Moon sect's disciples were still alive was because they did not participate in the encirclement of Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, they would have definitely died. In the distance, the Sun Moon sect's disciples who were horrified when they saw Duan Lingtian looking at them heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. What do you think now? Hu Lin, the strongest person among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect, took a deep breath and asked the person next to him. Zhang Ping, the second strongest person among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect, who was standing next to him, broke out in cold sweat. When he heard Hu Lin's words, he could not help but smile wryly. Fortunately, I listened to you. Hu Lin, I owe you my life. In fact, he originally planned to join forces with the other Sun Moon sect's disciples to deal with Duan Lingtian to avenge Lu Kai. At the critical moment, it was Hu Lin who stopped him. When he recalled the technique that Duan Lingtian cast earlier, cold sweat kept breaking out on his forehead. More and more of it was dripping down like rain. Duan Lingtian, I'm looking forward to our battle more and more now. After we get out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, how about we have a battle? Xian Bei, the strongest person among the younger generation in Empyrean Temple, who had been standing quietly at the side, stared at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, I'm more than happy to oblige. Duan Lingtian shrugged nonchalantly before adding, however, we don't necessarily have to wait until we get out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As long as you find something that interests me in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, we'll have to fight. What? You want to snatch something from me? When Xian Bei heard Duan Lingtian's words, his eyes narrowed. Of course. As long as you have something that interests me, I'll snatch it from you. Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly. All right, I'll wait and see then. Xian Bei took a deep breath and said with a face full of anticipation, Let's go. At this moment, Zhang Yan's voice resonated from afar. Subsequently, Zhang Yan led Qifeng, Qin Lian, and the other 6 emotion-severing sect's disciples down the stone stairs at the side of the stone platform and walked towards the dark bottomless abyss. Follow them. At the same time, Xian Bei called out to the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples and followed them. The 2 remaining young disciples of the Sun Moon sect strode out and followed behind the group of young disciples from the Empyrean Temple. They walked down the stone stairs. Sun Moon sect is really miserable. Out of the 20 young disciples, one of them was killed by senior brother Ling Tian outside. Then, senior brother Ling Tian killed 17 of them here. Now, only 2 of them are left. In my opinion, Skywolf Fort is the unlucky one. Chapter 947. That's right. The most unlucky one is still that Skywolf Fort. 20 disciples from Skywolf Fort came. First, there was an unlucky guy who overestimated himself and launched a sneak attack on senior brother Ling Tian, causing him to lose his footing and fall into the bottomless abyss. There was no way he could survive. The remaining 19 disciples were also killed because they coveted the treasure in senior brother Ling Tian's hand. If the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort knew about this, I'm afraid they would be so angry that they would vomit 3 liters of blood. Of course, a total of 20 people from Skywolf Fort came, and they were all killed before they even entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. If they knew about this, they would definitely be pissed to death. The group of 5-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly with each other. When they looked at the purple-clad young man who was slowly descending after putting away the stone tablet with a missing corner, all of their eyes were filled with reverence. Senior brother Ling Tian is too strong. That's right. Even though I have confidence in him, when I saw him being surrounded by 48 young powerhouses, I still couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for him. Me too. However, I didn't expect that senior brother Ling Tian would only use one sword to kill more than half of the 48 young powerhouses. Even though the remaining half didn't die, they were all crippled and no longer had the strength to fight. I've decided. This time, I'll follow senior brother Ling Tian in this trip to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Senior brother Ling Tian will eat the meat, and I'll follow him. I only need to drink the soup. You're pretty smart, kid. Duan Ling Tian had just put away the Devil Seal tablet and landed beside Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shou-yong when he heard these words. He could not help but smile wryly. The group of Blade Sect's disciples stood quietly at the side. Their eyes were also filled with reverence when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, could it be that I'm destined to be stepped on by you forever and never be able to surpass you? The gaze of a Saber Gate disciple landed on Duan Ling Tian with a complicated expression. It was precisely Long Yun. Long Yun, the Saber Young Master that was one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, had taken the Vice Sect Master of the Saber Sect, Saber 5, as his master by chance, and he was able to advance by leaps and bounds in his path of cultivation. Later on, he even became eminent in the genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and competed with the young experts of the empires and dynasties all along the way to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Presently, he had already followed Saber 5 back to the House of Sabers in the Blade Sect and had officially become a disciple of the House of Sabers. This time, he was one of the 20 young disciples from Blade Sect who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Who would have imagined that the young man that revealed his extraordinary talent during the martial competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great sects a few years ago would have already grown to such an extent? Long Yun sighed and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in his heart. Let's go. When he saw that everyone's eyes were still on him, Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and called out to them. Then, he took the lead and walked down the stone stairs at the side of the high platform. The moment Duan Ling Tian made his move, Feng Tianwu followed closely behind him. Behind them were Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shou-yong. Instantly, the group of 5 Element Sect and Blade Sect's disciples followed one by one. The 5 Element Sect's disciples were led by Duan Ling Tian. The Blade Sect's disciples were led by Feng Tianwu. The 2 brothers, Nangong Chun and Nangong Yi, followed behind. Their eyes were filled with a complicated expression as they looked at the purple-clad young man who was the leader. Once upon a time, the 2 brothers were the most dazzling young disciples of the 5 Element Sect. However, ever since Duan Ling Tian appeared, he had snatched away all the glory that originally belonged to them. If we don't work hard, I'm afraid we'll never be able to surpass him in this lifetime. Nangongyi smiled wryly. Although Duan Ling Tian had snatched away the glory that originally belonged to him, he did not feel any dissatisfaction toward Duan Ling Tian because of this. This was because Duan Ling Tian had used his own strength to snatch away his glory. He did not use any underhanded means. Perhaps he had lost. However, he had lost wholeheartedly. In his opinion, if he wanted to reclaim his glory, he would have to surpass Duan Ling Tian. At that time, the glory that originally belonged to him would naturally return as well. I will surpass him. Nangong Chun was still as taciturn as before. He was a man of few words. However, there was a hint of determination in his tone. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying light. It was apparent that the 2 brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, felt a great pressure because of Duan Ling Tian's sudden rise. This pressure was something that they had never encountered before. At this moment, their martial Dao heart had been tempered to be even purer. At the same time, they had a common goal. They wanted to surpass Duan Ling Tian. Between the 2 of us, whoever surpasses him first will be the big brother in the future. You don't have any objections, right? Nangongyi looked at Nangong Chun and raised an eyebrow. He wanted to make a bet with Nangong Chen. Then, you'll have to wait to call me big brother. Nangong Chen's expression was cold as he said coolly, "Just you wait." Nangongyi muttered as his eyes gleamed. Currently, he was not as strong as Nangong Chen. Naturally, he knew this very well. The reason he made such a bet with Nangong Chun was to motivate himself to surpass Duan Lingtian head-on. Where would the motivation come from if there was no pressure? Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what had happened between the two brothers. He also did not know that Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi were using him as a benchmark to surpass their goal. It's getting darker. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu led the way as they led the group of 5 Element Sect and Blade Sect's disciples down the stone staircase. In front of them, the figures of the Empyrean Temple's disciples, led by Xian Bei, and the 2 Sun-Moon Sect's disciples gradually disappeared before their eyes, leaving behind only darkness. At some point in time, flames rose up. It was Feng Tianwu's body that rose explosively, illuminating the surroundings. However, there was a limit to the illumination. However, after the flames on Feng Tianwu's body lit up the surroundings, a ball of flames also rose from the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples. It was obvious that they were inspired by Feng Tianwu. After a while, a ball of flames also rose in front of the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples and the 2 Sun-Moon Sect's disciples. That was where the group of Emotion-Severing Sect, led by Zhang Yin, was. With the Emotion-Severing Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Sun-Moon Sect's disciples leading the way, the 5 Element Sect and Blade Sect's disciples could not help but heave a sigh of relief as they followed behind at a moderate pace. How long is this stone staircase? An hour later, the stone staircase was still the same. They still did not reach the end. Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes. A hint of doubt could be seen on his face. The Emotion-Severing Sect's people are turning, one of the 5 Element Sect's disciples exclaimed, waking Duan Lingtian up with a start. When Duan Lingtian heard it, he lifted his head and looked over. However, he noticed that the ball of flames in front of him was moving to the left. As for what was going on, it was impossible for him to see it clearly because they were too far away. After a while, the Emotion-Severing Sect's people moved to the bottom left of Duan Lingtian and the other's line of sight. After a while, the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples and the 2 Sun-Moon Sect's disciples also turned to the left and followed them. As they moved closer, Duan Lingtian could see the end of the stone staircase through the flames that rose from Feng Tianwu's body. Of course, it was only the end of the stone staircase in this direction. The stone staircase in front of them suddenly turned and led to the bottom left, opening up a new unknown path. Don't tell me there's no end to this stone staircase? Duan Lingtian and the others turned to the left and continued to walk down. Huang Daniu could not help but frown. We've been walking for more than an hour. They're speeding up. Before Huang Daniu could finish his sentence, he noticed that the ball of flames from the Emotion-Severing Sect's people had suddenly sped up and flew forward. The Empyrean Temple's flames also sped up. Follow them. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He called out to the others and flew after them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 5 Element Sect's and Blade Sect's disciples immediately followed them. On top of the magnificent door that led to the exit of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the upper echelons of the 6 major forces stood outside a layer of gray light shield. Their eyes were fixed on the gray light shield, trying to see through it and see what was going on inside. Early on, when Duan Lingtian was the first to pass through the gray light shield and arrive at the high platform, the gray light shield had become even darker, causing the people outside to be unable to see the situation inside clearly. So after Duan Lingtian entered, the people outside were completely unaware of what had happened inside. Sword 13, Saber 5. I originally thought that Duan Lingtian would join your Blade Sect, yet I never imagined that he would join the 5 Element Sect in the end. The Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, looked at the 2 middle-aged men nearby, and a wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on his face. Saber 5's face sank when he heard Ning Kan, and he said angrily, Ning Kan, you still have the nerve to say that? If it wasn't for your Skywolf Fort interfering that day, how could Duan Lingtian have suddenly gone missing? Sword 13's expression was extremely unsightly as well. Ning Kan's words were undoubtedly rubbing salt on the wounds of their Blade Sect. If it wasn't for the Skywolf Fort interfering that day with the intention of taking away Duan Lingtian, how could the subsequent events have occurred? How could Duan Lingtian have gone missing? All of you listen up. Once the group of little fellows come out from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, us two old fellows will have to make a trip to your Skywolf fort and ask Azure Wolf to give us an explanation. Meanwhile, the sect master of the Blade sect grunted coldly, and his gaze that was like a blade flashed past the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf fort. If Green Wolf can't give us a satisfactory explanation, I'm going to have to move my old bones a little. The sect master of the sword sect spoke with a low voice. They were already aware of the incident from a few months ago, but they didn't take it to heart at that time. As far as they were concerned at that time, there was utterly no need for them to shed all pretenses with the Skywolf fort for a quasi-sword sect disciple that hadn't even joined the sect. But never had they imagined that it was this quasi-sword sect disciple that they didn't take seriously that possessed natural talent and comprehension ability that shocked even them. He wasn't even 30 years old, yet he killed a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who used a grade 2 spirit weapon and had comprehended 9th-level void interpretation concept with just a punch. Chapter 948. It was precisely because of the Skywolf fort that such a young powerhouse who could be considered as a peerless monster did not manage to join their Blade sect and become their disciple. How could they not be angry? Upon hearing the words of the 2 sect leaders of Blade sect, the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf fort merely frowned. However, they were not bothered by it at all. If the 2 old fellows from Blade sect could deal with the fort master of Skywolf fort, their Skywolf fort would not have been able to survive until now. The 4 major forces in the southern of the northern desert were evenly matched. None of the forces dared to declare war on another force. Unless they could guarantee that their own powerhouses would not be harmed, they would still be annihilated by the other 2 forces even if they managed to annihilate another force. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. The group of 5 element sect's senior officials, led by Guochong and Chiyu, stood quietly at the side. Looks like our 5 element sect is pretty lucky. Guochong, the sect leader of 5 element sect, could vaguely hear something from the conversation between the Blade sect and Skywolf fort senior officials. He could not help but laugh. Only now did he know that Duan Lingtian was preparing to join the Blade sect. It was all because of the trouble caused by the Skywolf fort that Duan Lingtian managed to come to the eastern district of the northern desert by chance and join their 5 element sect. This is the fate between our 5 element sect and him. Chiyu's eyes gleamed as a gentle smile crept up the corner of his mouth. The him that Chiyu was referring to was naturally Duan Lingtian. I hope that Duan Lingtian can surprise us. However, it doesn't matter even if they don't find the profundity fragment. With the 9th level advanced water concept and 9th level advanced fire concept that you've comprehended, it's only a matter of time before you make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Guochong looked at Chiyu. His eyes gleamed brightly like the stars in the sky. Don't count on me. Chiyu shook his head. You should know that even if I really make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage, I won't continue to stay in the northern desert. You should know what I yearn for. If it wasn't for the accident that happened 20 years ago, perhaps I wouldn't be in the northern desert now. When Chiyu reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with yearning as he looked toward the north. I thought you've already given up on leaving the northern desert and going to the central district of the Cloud Continent. I can't believe that you still want to go there. Guochong smiled bitterly. There was a hint of helplessness between his brows. There are some things that will never change, Chiyu muttered. After 10 hours, Duan Lingtian and the others finally reached the end of the stone staircase at the side of the high platform. The 10,000 element sects, as well as the Skywolf sect, as well as the Black the platform was surrounded by black fog, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Sect. The young disciples from the various sects had a confused expression on their faces. Duan Lingtian's sect stood on the fort. He extended his spiritual energy in an attempt to spy on the situation behind the black fog. However, he discovered that there was an inscription formation that prevented his spiritual energy from getting closer. Welcome, young people from entrance number 2. All of a sudden, an old voice resonated from all directions. It clearly entered the ears of everyone, including Duan Lingtian's sect. At once, everyone felt as though they were struck by lightning. Duan Lingtian's sect was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. After looking around for a while, he confirmed it. It's the Polyphony Formation. The Polyphony Formation was an inscription formation that was similar to the voice transmission jade slip. Once the Polyphony Formation was set up, one would be able to condense one's voice into it. Once the Polyphony Formation was triggered, the voice would spread out and enter the ears of the people nearby. The owner of the voice earlier. Is he the powerhouse from Emperor Wu who left behind this Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Duan Lingtian's sect took a deep breath. He could vaguely guess the identity of the other party. Who's there? Stop pretending to be mysterious. Show yourself if you're so capable. Many young disciples from various forces who were so frightened that their faces turned pale looked around and shouted hysterically. They wanted to use their voices to hide the fear in their hearts. There's no need to shout anymore. Other than us, there's no one else here. Hu Lin, the Sun Moon sect's disciple, said nonchalantly. Although his voice was not loud, it contained origin energy that overpowered the hysterical roars of the disciples from various forces. At once, the young disciples from various forces quieted down. Their eyes shifted to Hu Lin in unison. What did you say? You said that other than us, there's no one else here? The disciples from various forces looked at Hu Lin skeptically. It was obvious that they did not believe his words. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask Duan Lingtian. I think he knows better than me what happened earlier. In the face of so many people's skeptical gazes, Hu Lin shrugged and looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted Duan Lingtian to clean up this mess. As the group of young disciples from the four major forces, Five-Element Sect, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect, looked at him, Duan Lingtian became the center of attention. Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Lin deeply. He did not expect this Sun Moon sect's disciple to have such an amazing observation skill. He knew that the reason why Hu Lin said that was definitely because he saw the realization on his face just now and saw something from it. After catching his breath, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the group of young disciples and glanced at them one by one. He's right. Other than us, there's no one else here. The young disciples from the four major forces might not believe Hu Lin's words. However, they did not dare to question Duan Lingtian's words. If there's no one else here, then what was that voice earlier? That's right. We all heard it clearly. It was an old voice. It was obviously an old man talking to us. That old man seemed to be welcoming us. Although the young disciples from the four major forces did not dare to question Duan Lingtian, they still could not help but whisper to each other and voice out their doubts. Old man? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Do you think there's an old man who can enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure through the inscription formation at the entrance that tests one's age? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. At this moment, Duan Lingtian continued, the voice earlier came from an inscription formation called the Polyphony Formation. The Polyphony Formation's principle is similar to the voice transmission jade slip. The latter requires a martial artist to use his origin energy to trigger it, and it can only be transmitted to one person's ear. The former, on the other hand, has many ways to trigger it. It can transmit the voice like a normal person speaking. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking in one breath, he added, although this polyphony formation isn't a complicated inscription formation, the spiritual energy it requires is extremely high. At the very least, it requires a spiritual energy above the martial emperor stage to be able to successfully inscribe and set it up. Polyphony formation? An inscription formation that can only be inscribed and set up by an Emperor Wu's inscription master? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the young disciples from the four major forces, including Feng Tianwu, Xianbei, and Zhang Yin, were shocked. They were stunned and could not regain their senses for a long time. You know about the polyphony formation? Before the young disciples from the four major forces could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the Sun Moon sect's disciple, Hu Lin, and asked curiously, I've read about it in an ancient book before. Hu Lin nodded. At this moment, the young disciples from the four major forces regained their senses one by one. Since the polyphony formation is an inscription formation left behind by an Emperor Wu's inscription master, could the voice earlier be his voice? I guess it's very likely that he's the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left this Emperor Wu's secret treasure behind. No wonder he said we're welcome. The young disciples from the four major forces discussed among themselves. Soon, they came to an answer. The owner of the voice earlier was the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left this Emperor Wu's secret treasure behind. Welcome, young people from entrance number 2. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, that old and aged voice once again sounded from all directions, clearly entering the ears of everyone present. This time, everyone who was mentally prepared did not lose their composure like before. However, among the various forces, there were still some female disciples who were more timid. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Their delicate bodies trembled slightly and were on the verge of collapsing. Entrance number 2? This time, many people began to chew on the words. They confirmed one thing from the words of the Emperor Wu powerhouse. That Emperor Wu powerhouse said that we're the young people from entrance number 2? Don't tell me there are other young people from entrance number 1, entrance number 3, entrance number 4, and entrance number 5 in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Huang Dania's eyes widened as he questioned with a horrified expression on his face. When Huang Dania's voice entered the ears of the young disciples from the major forces, most of them felt as though they were struck by lightning. Initially, they thought they were the only ones who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Moreover, many of them were killed by Duan Lingtian earlier. Therefore, they should be able to obtain a lot of benefits from it. However, they realized that the young disciples from the 6 major forces were not the only ones who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Apart from the entrance that they came from, there were other entrances to this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This could be deduced from the words of the Emperor Wu powerhouse earlier. What should we do? There are actually other entrances to this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. I wonder how strong are the young powerhouses who came from other entrances? There shouldn't be any young powerhouses from second-rate forces who came in, right? One of the Blade Sect's disciples gasped as he muttered to himself. His voice was not loud and did not contain any origin energy. However, it was exceptionally clear in the deathly silent atmosphere. Everyone heard what he said. Chapter 949. That was right. Since there might be other entrances to this Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they would definitely be discovered by other people as well. Once they were discovered, the news would definitely spread. At that time, the other forces near the entrance would definitely send in young disciples below the age of 40 to search for the treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure would tempt even the second-rate forces. The second-rate forces were much more powerful than the third-rate forces they were in. They even had martial monarch powerhouses in their ranks. In such a force, there would definitely be no lack of talented young disciples with monstrous comprehension. The overall strength of those young disciples would definitely surpass them. After all, they were only disciples from third-rate forces at most. Not only that, this time, it was not just the young disciples from the second-rate forces who came in. Even if it was the young disciples from the other third-rate forces who came in from the other entrances, they would still feel pressured. This was because it meant that there would be another group of people who would want to share the loot with them. The young disciples from the second-rate forces were generally stronger than them. If they encountered them, they would only be tortured. They would not be able to win or win. In the end, they would only end up empty-handed. Not only that, they might not even end up empty-handed. Who knew if there would be a ruthless person among the young disciples from the second-rate forces who would kill them indiscriminately the moment they saw them? The moment they thought of this, most of the disciples from the various forces felt pressured. Perhaps, among the group of disciples from our 5-element sect, only Senior Brother Ling Tian is not afraid of the young disciples from the second-rate forces. Even Senior Brother Chen, Senior Brother Yi, and Senior Brother Daniu would be at a disadvantage if they encounter the outstanding young disciples from the second-rate forces. One of the 5-element sect's disciples took a deep breath. His gaze first landed on Duan Lingtian before it swept past Nangong Chun, Nangong Yi, and Huang Daniu. The other 5-element sect's disciples agreed with this 5-element sect's disciple. They had seen Senior Brother Ling Tian's strength before. They believed that even the outstanding young disciples from the second-rate forces might not be a match for their senior brother Ling Tian. What are you afraid of? Anyway, I've already decided that I'll follow senior brother Ling Tian in this trip to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. With senior brother Ling Tian around, even if we can't get too many treasures, we can at least keep our lives. Very soon, some of the five-element sect's disciples locked their gazes on Duan Ling Tian as they spoke with a determined look on their faces. I also want to follow senior brother Ling Tian. Although the treasures in Emperor Wu's secret treasure are good, they are far less important than my own life. Of course, if the treasure is gone, at most it will be a pity for a while. But if you lose your life, then you will have nothing left. Life is more important than anything else. I've decided that I will also follow senior brother Ling Tian. The group of five-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. At the same time, they looked at the purple-clad young man nearby, Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was standing there and looking around as though he was observing something. At the same time, other than the two remaining disciples from Sun Moon sect, the group of Blade sect's disciples began to approach Feng Tianwu, wanting to seek protection from Feng Tianwu. The Empyrean Temple's disciples also followed Xian Bei, the strongest person among the younger generation in Empyrean Temple. Right now, there were only 8 people left from the emotion-severing sect. Zhang Yin stood there with a calm expression on his face. His mood was not affected at all by the fact that there were other entrances to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Qi Feng, Qin Ran, and the other 5 emotion-severing sect's disciples followed Zhang Yin closely. Zhang Yin was not afraid, but it did not mean that they were not afraid as well. Elder brother Duan. When Feng Tianwu saw Duan Ling Tian frowning, a hint of doubt appeared on her delicate face. She vaguely realized that her elder brother Duan might have noticed something. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, who were not far away, also noticed that something was amiss. Duan Ling Tian, what's wrong? Huang Daniu asked loudly. There was a hint of urgency in his tone. Huang Daniu's voice was like a clap of thunder. At once, it attracted the attention of the young disciples from various forces. Their eyes fell on Duan Ling Tian in unison. The rest of us, I'm afraid we'll have to walk on our own in the future. Duan Ling Tian's furrowed brows relaxed as he said slowly, Huh. The moment they heard Duan Ling Tian's words, everyone was confused. They could not make heads or tails of it. At this moment, the old voice continued to sound. Little fellows who came from entrance number 2. As long as you enter the surrounding black fog, you'll be able to enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure in no time. In Emperor Wu's secret treasure, there's a lot of wealth that I've accumulated throughout my life. The most precious thing is none other than the 5 Monarch stage profundity fragments. On top of that, there's a palace in the center of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure that I left behind. That's where I'll be resting when I die. The wealth that I've accumulated throughout my life has been scattered all over the Emperor Wu's secret realm. You'll have to search for it yourself if you want to obtain it. The only thing you'll be able to obtain from the place where I'll be resting is the 2 Monarch stage profundity fragments and the Emperor stage profundity fragment in my body. The old voice stopped abruptly when it reached this point. At this moment, all the young disciples from various forces, including Duan Ling Tian, were stunned. Their eyes narrowed as they shone brightly. 8 profundity fragments? Did I hear that right? Huang Daniu sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered to himself in disbelief. You didn't hear it wrong. It's indeed 8 profundity fragments. 7 Monarch stage profundity fragments and 1 Emperor stage profundity fragment. Zhang Shouyong shook his head and said blankly. At this moment, he looked like he had lost his soul. Nobody knew where his heart had flown to. Emperor stage profundity fragment? What's that? Feng Tianwu frowned. Her beautiful face was filled with confusion. The profundities that martial monarch powerhouses master are usually the Monarch stage profundity. If a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse wants to break through to the Emperor Wu stage, he must first comprehend the Emperor stage profundity. The Emperor stage profundity is the pass for a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse to enter the Emperor Wu stage. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's question, Duan Ling Tian searched through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu as he replied to Feng Tianwu. The significance of the Emperor stage profundity to a ninth-level martial monarch stage powerhouse was similar to the significance of the void transformation concept to a ninth-level void interpretation martial artist and the significance of the monarch stage profundity to a ninth-level void interpretation martial artist. If he didn't comprehend it, it would be difficult for him to break through to the next realm. If a ninth-level void transformation powerhouse hasn't comprehended the monarch stage profundity, it's impossible for him to break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. In that case, if a ninth-level martial monarch stage powerhouse hasn't comprehended the Emperor stage profundity, it's impossible for him to break through to the Emperor Wu stage and become an Emperor Wu powerhouse. Duan Lingtian explained word by word. Naturally, he had obtained this information from the rebirth martial emperor's memories. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's words caused an uproar. When the people present heard about the Emperor stage profundity fragment in the message left behind by the Emperor Wu powerhouse, they guessed that it was related to the Emperor Wu powerhouse. However, when they found out about the Emperor stage profundity fragment's specific function, they could not help but gasp. Then, does this mean that the Emperor stage profundity fragment is more precious than the Monarch stage profundity fragment? Huang Daniu's breathing quickened as he panted heavily. His chest rose and fell like a bellows, and he could not calm down for a long time. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded and said solemnly, the difficulty of a ninth-level martial monarch stage powerhouse to break through to the Emperor Wu stage is more than 100 times harder than a ninth-level void transformation martial artist to break through to the martial monarch stage. The reason for this is that it's difficult for them to comprehend the Emperor stage profundity. However, if there's an Emperor stage profundity fragment that's suitable for them, they can use it to comprehend the Emperor stage profundity and achieve the cultivation base of the Emperor Wu stage, becoming an Emperor Wu powerhouse. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but feel excited. His eyes shone brightly. The Emperor stage profundity fragment. He had to admit that he was tempted. The message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse said that as long as we enter the surrounding black fog, we'll enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. A disciple from an unknown force said. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone's eyes fell on the black fog surrounding the platform they were on. Let's go, Zhang Yin ordered. He led Qifeng, Qin Lian, and the other 5 emotion-severing sex disciples and flew into the black fog surrounding the platform. In just a blink of an eye, the 8 emotion-severing sex disciples, including Zhang Yin, disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian, I'll go in first as well. At this moment, Xinbei nodded at Duan Lingtian. After greeting Duan Lingtian, he flew into the surrounding black fog. Behind him, the 19 Empyrean Temple's disciples, including O Qin, followed like shadows. After the 2 Sun-Moon sex disciples nodded at Duan Lingtian in a friendly manner, they also flew into the black fog. Duan Lingtian, you've killed so many Sun-Moon sex disciples? However, these 2 fellows don't seem to hate you at all. Not only that, but they even greeted you in such a friendly manner. Huang Daniu looked in the direction where the 2 Sun-Moon sect's disciples left. He could not help but feel surprised. They're smart people. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I admit that. If they weren't smart, I'm afraid they would have been cut into 2 or 3 pieces like the other Sun-Moon sect's disciples. When Huang Daniu recalled the scene where Duan Lingtian made his move on the high platform earlier, he could still feel chills running down his spine. Who would have thought that Duan Lingtian, who was usually gentle and humble, would have such a bloodthirsty side to him? At that time, Duan Lingtian was like an Asura who had crawled out of purgatory. In a fit of rage, blood flowed like a river and bodies piled up like a mountain. Elder brother Duan, let's go in together. Chapter 950. Perhaps. We can't go in together. Duan Lingtian shook his head in the face of Feng Tianwu's greeting. Why? Feng Tianwu was stunned. Her beautiful face was filled with puzzlement. The group of 5 element sex disciples and blade sex disciples, including Huang Daniu, also looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression. They did not know what Duan Lingtian meant by his words. I've investigated the surrounding black fog. There are numerous illusory inscription formations within it, and the number of them is beyond my imagination. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at the surrounding black fog with dread. He muttered, "There's only one function of these inscription formations. It's to separate the people who enter and scatter them in every corner of Emperor Wu's secret treasure." As someone who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, it was only natural that he knew the meaning of the inscription formations in the black fog. This was because there were similar inscription formations in some of the games that the reincarnation Emperor Wu played in the past. The main purpose was to separate the people who were gathered together and scatter them in different places to undergo the cruel test of survival. The weak were prey to the strong, and only the fittest would survive. Only those who survived in the end would be rewarded. Oh, I see. Feng Tianwu finally understood. Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled wryly. Originally, I wanted to stay by your side to be more secure, but now, it seems like my plan is going to be ruined. Whoosh, whoosh. The moment Huang Daniu's words left his mouth, two figures flew out like the wind and entered the black fog around the platform in a flash. Their figures disappeared. It's Senior Brother Chun and Senior Brother Yi. One of the five-element sect's disciples exclaimed. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and strode out toward the black fog around the platform. He was ready to enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong followed him. Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered something. The group of five-element sect disciples and saber sect disciples did not seem to believe Xiao Qian. They just followed the five of them, making Xiao Chun feel helpless. These fellows, did they really think that I was lying to them? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, he did not say much. As long as a group of people entered the black fog, they would naturally know that everything he said was true. After a short while, the group of people led by Duan Lingtian walked toward the black fog surrounding the platform in a mighty manner. Duan Lingtian was the first to enter the black fog, and his figure disappeared. Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong followed closely behind. Behind the four of them, the group of disciples from Five Elements Sect and Blade Sect followed suit. All of them entered the black fog, completely disappearing from sight. For a moment, the vast platform that was surrounded by black fog became empty and devoid of human habitation. After Duan Lingtian entered the black fog, he only saw a flash before his eyes. Then, he discovered that he was alone on a vast grassland. The grassland was beautiful and lush with greenery. It stretched as far as the eye could see. Head northwest. At the end of the grassland, you'll find the entrance to the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At the same time, an old voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. It was none other than the message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It seems like the inscription formations in the black fog that can create illusions are more or less accompanied by some polyphony formations. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although Duan Lingtian knew that everything before his eyes was an illusion, he also knew that he had to follow the message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse. Only then would he be able to enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At this moment, he, who was in the illusion, was destined to part ways with the others and go his own way. I should be able to fly here, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment the thought left his mind, he tried to step into the air. With a leap, his entire body rose into the air. As expected, after discovering that this place was not shrouded by the flight-prohibiting formation, Duan Lingtian could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Although it was not a problem for him to run across such a vast grassland, it was much more strenuous than flying. As expected of the illusion created by the inscription formation inscribed and set up by the Emperor Wu powerhouse. It's really sturdy. When Duan Lingtian flew out, he could not help but extend his spiritual energy out in an attempt to shake the illusion that he was in. However, in the end, he discovered that the illusion did not budge at all. He was already mentally prepared for this, so he was not surprised. That was an inscription formation set up by the Emperor Wu powerhouse. If he could really shake it, he would be shocked instead. There shouldn't be any test in this illusion, right? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he muttered to himself. Soon after flying out for a short while, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Looks like I really jinxed it. There's actually some offensive inscription formations mixed in with this inscription formation that created the illusion. Almost at the same time Duan Lingtian smiled wryly, a gust of violent wind suddenly rose in the air that he flew past. The vast violent wind swept across the sky and swept towards Duan Lingtian. The violent wind raged, and the corporeal green wind blades followed like shadows as they swept towards him from all directions. It was as though they wanted to tear him into pieces. Whoosh! After his spiritual energy stretched out and sensed the strength of these violent winds and wind blades, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. The strength of these violent winds and wind blades was at most comparable to a 5th or 6th level void transformation stage martial artist that had comprehended 5th or 6th level intermediate wind concept, and they were unable to form any threat to him. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as he punched out with his full strength, and it was like a rock shattering the heavens. Bang! 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 Instantly, a wave of explosive sounds that were like thunderclaps resounded out without end, and it flashed through the sky and shook the hearts of others. Bang! An enormous bang exploded out, and it was Duan Lingtian's punch that contained the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons that collided with the violent winds and wind blades that followed the violent winds like a cannonball. The strength of a first-level void transformation stage martial artist when his origin energy exploded out was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Second-level advanced wind concept was comparable to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. When 3 9th-level void interpretation concepts were combined together, it was similarly the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. When such a formidable force swept out, it easily crushed the violent winds and wind blades, causing them to completely vanish before Duan Lingtian. Bang! 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 After crushing the violent winds and wind blades that covered the sky, the force that gushed out from Duan Lingtian's fist didn't reduce in the slightest as it tore through the sky, and it once again gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing explosions. When the force completely vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes, the surrounding space finally returned to calm. Satisfying. Duan Lingtian, who swung out a punch with his full strength, spat out a mouthful of foul air to his heart's content. He didn't hold back in the slightest in the punch from before, and his origin energy exploded out as 4 types of concepts followed him like shadows, causing the hot blood in his entire body to boil. Let's go. After catching his breath, Duan Lingtian continued to fly towards the direction that Emperor Wu's powerhouse left behind, which was the northwest direction, and he headed towards the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Along the way, Duan Lingtian was continuously disturbed by some offensive inscription formations. However, before his domineering strength, the energy that stretched out from those inscription formations was completely destroyed by his punch. There was no surprise at all. Duan Lingtian, who had comprehended 3 9th-level void interpretation concepts, 1 2nd-level void transformation concept, and his cultivation base had broken through to the 1st-level void transformation stage. He was simply like an invincible, ferocious beast that rampaged all the way in this illusory realm. I wonder how the others are doing. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian still hadn't entered the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure, and he couldn't help but think of the others because he was bored. He knew that the others must be in the same situation and experience as he was. The purpose of this inscription formation's existence is to put me in a corner of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. I've been traveling at full speed for 10 days, but I still haven't arrived at my destination. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he thought of this. However, he also knew that he had no other choice but to travel obediently. Only then would he be able to enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The northern desert, starting from the central area all the way to the northern area, formed 2 different worlds from the western, southern, and eastern areas of the northern desert. In the latter area, the third-rate forces could be considered as the strongest. In the former area, which was the central area and northern area of the northern desert, there were 3 powerful forces. They were also the 3 giants of the northern desert. These 3 colossi were all second-rate forces without exception. All the second-rate forces on Cloud Continent were forces that had as many experts as the clouds. Most importantly, they had martial monarchs holding down the fort, and it was far from something a third-rate force could compare to. There was a Hungduan mountain range at the border between the central area and northern area of the northern desert. It was uninhabited all year round, and very few people came here. However, there were many people here today. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Swift figures came from the north and flew across the sky. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived above the Hungduan mountain range. There were a total of 11 people in total. The person in the lead was an old man with a cold expression and a thin body. The old man was dressed in gray, and when he flew across the sky, a gust of wind began to flow in front of him. One could see how profound the old man's cultivation base was. Behind the old man in gray, there were 8 young men and 2 young women. They all had one thing in common, and that was they did not look more than 40 years old. Supreme Elder, are we late? Behind the old man in gray, a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes who was dressed in green could not help but ask. He was carrying a sheathed longsword on his back. It's only a few hours. It's all right. The old man in gray shook his head. He did not seem to care at all. After a while, the old man in gray dove down and brought the 10 young men and women into the Hungduan mountain range. They landed in the sky above a valley. Chapter 951. We thought you wouldn't come, old fart. When the gray-clad old man appeared with 10 young men and women, the 2 old men in the sky above the valley reacted. One of them looked at the gray-clad old man and said nonchalantly, Since you 2 old farts are here, why wouldn't I be here? The gray-clad old man snorted and looked down at the valley. The ground in the middle of the valley was covered by a deep gray light shield, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. All of you, go in. The gray-clad old man's cloudy eyes lit up, and his voice was majestic.
Yes.
As soon as the gray-clad old man finished speaking, the 10 young men and women flew out and fell toward the gray light shield. In the next moment, 7 young men and 2 young women passed through the gray light shield and disappeared before the eyes of the 3 old men. Only a young man who looked to be in his 40s was left. He landed on the gray light shield and was completely blocked. At the same time, the gray light shield trembled. You hid your real age? The gray-clad old man's expression changed drastically when he saw this. The other 2 old men could not help but frown. Before the young man could react, the air around his body swayed as though it had been sucked away. Bang! A loud sound reverberated, and the young man's body exploded without any warning. He turned into a rain of blood and completely disappeared from this world. A man over the age of 40 wants to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure. How naive. One of the other 2 old men could not help but sneer. In the sky above the vast plain, whoosh! A bolt of purple lightning streaked across the sky, heading towards the northwest direction. It's almost been a month, and we still haven't reached the end of this plain? The person who was traveling in the sky above the plain was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows were tightly knitted together, and a hint of confusion could be seen on his face. With my speed, such a long time is enough for me to return to the 5-element sect in the southern of the northern desert. The real Emperor Wu's secret treasure hasn't arrived yet. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. How big is the Emperor Wu's secret treasure that the Emperor Wu powerhouse opened? It can't be bigger than the northern desert, right? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian was a little scared. The Martial Emperor's secret treasure was an underground project. It was located in the underground of the northern desert. If it covered a larger area than the northern desert, it would undoubtedly be spread all over the northern desert. Once it collapsed, the entire northern desert would experience a huge earthquake. 3 days later. Is that the end of the grassland? Duan Lingtian, who was running all the way and gradually became a little numb, saw the black fog that appeared in the distance in front of him with just a glance. It separated the grassland. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he saw the black fog. He knew that he had reached the end of the grassland. As long as he entered the black fog, he would arrive at the real Emperor Wu's secret realm. Whirlwind, Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian increased his speed. It was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind that blew into the black fog. After entering the black fog, Duan Lingtian's vision turned black. After flying for a while, a small light spot appeared in the pitch-black environment. Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Lingtian knew that the small light spot must be the entrance to the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. What he needed to do now was to pass through it and arrive at the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Ordinary pills and spirit weapons are not attractive to me at all. The small light spot continued to enlarge in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, unless there's some special treasure, I'm only interested in the profundity fragment. As soon as the thought left his mind, Duan Lingtian arrived at the entrance to the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was a cave entrance that could accommodate one person. The other side of the cave entrance was as bright as day. Enter. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian flew through the cave entrance. Almost at the same time, the message from the Emperor Wu powerhouse entered Duan Lingtian's ears again. Remember this place. Apart from being the entrance to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, this place is also the exit for you to leave the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. When you pass through the cave entrance, the inscription formation at the cave entrance will record your aura. From this moment onward, only you can enter and exit this cave entrance. The message from the Emperor Wu powerhouse came to an abrupt end at this point. I'm the only one who can enter and exit this cave entrance? Duan Lingtian could not help but turn around to look at the cave entrance behind him. The other side of the cave entrance was gray, and it seemed to have merged with the surrounding cave walls. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to discover its existence at all. After searching through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian soon found out the principle of the inscription formation. It was similar to a spatial ring that had recognized its owner. Unless the owner died, it would not recognize a second owner. However, the inscription formation that covered the cave entrance was slightly different. Even if the owner died, it would not allow a second person to enter and exit. In other words, after I obtain enough benefits from the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I can only leave through this cave entrance. It's the same for the others. Each of them has their own cave entrance, and I can only leave from there. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized what was going on. After he realized what was going on, he began to look at his surroundings. All he saw was an empty cave. It was as though someone had forcefully hollowed it out. Although this was an underground cave, there was no lack of light. It was as though it was daytime. There should be an inscription formation that was inscribed and set up using the luminous pearl as the material. Duan Lingtian could easily guess the reason. The cave was huge. The surface area was as big as a standard football field on Earth where Duan Lingtian lived in his previous life. There were a total of 4 exits that led to 4 different directions. Duan Lingtian searched the cave for a while. After he did not find any treasures, he randomly chose an exit and flew out. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian found himself in another cave. The difference between this cave and the previous one was like the difference between a hall and a room. There were only 4 exits in the previous cave. However, standing in this cave, Duan Lingtian could see more than 10 different exits that led to more than 10 different places. This place, it's like a maze. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled wryly. Then, he randomly chose an exit and flew out. Duan Lingtian did not stop as he traveled. After an hour, not only did Duan Lingtian not find any treasures, he did not even see a shadow of a person. Moreover, he did not encounter any danger. There's no offensive inscription formation? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, Duan Lingtian flew into a bigger cave. This cavern looked like an empty training ground. Duan Lingtian stood inside and looked around the cavern. For a moment, he felt that he was so tiny. Suddenly, as though he noticed something, Duan Lingtian lifted his head and looked at the top of the cave in the middle. There was an exquisite box that was embedded there. Half of it was exposed. I finally found it. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Although he was not sure if he would be interested in the item in the exquisite box, it was still the first treasure he found after entering the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This was a good start. Whirlwind. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian flew out with the intention of taking the exquisite box. However, as soon as he was in midair, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically as though he had noticed something. He moved his body and retreated in a hurry. He turned into a purple lightning and returned to the place where he was standing earlier. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, a khaki-colored lightning flashed across the sky and pierced through the air where Duan Lingtian was standing. It set off a series of ear-piercing whistling sounds. In the end, the khaki-colored lightning landed on the ground and disappeared. All that was left was a bottomless hole that looked like it was pierced by a sharp arrow. Duan Lingtian gasped, and he broke out in cold sweat from fright. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, his head would have been pierced through. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just when Duan Lingtian was still in shock, a series of loud noises resonated in his ears. At the same time, he felt the ground beneath his feet tremble. The entire cave began to shake as though the ground was shaking. T. Extending his spiritual energy, Duan Lingtian immediately noticed that the aura of many inscription formations around him began to fluctuate violently. It was obvious that they had been activated. Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he noticed this. After a while, waves of vast khaki-colored energy rose from the ground all over the cave. It gradually solidified and transformed into khaki-colored puppets. Not long after, hundreds of khaki-colored puppets appeared. Their eyes flickered with a khaki-colored flame. They immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and locked onto Duan Lingtian. How extravagant! Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he saw the hundreds of khaki-colored puppets that appeared before him. Through the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he knew. Each of the khaki-colored puppets before him had an earth concept fragment in their bodies. That was one of the sources of their energy. Naturally, their energy did not only consist of earth concept, but also origin energy. In their bodies, there were more or less inscription formations formed by origin stones that provided them with origin energy. It allowed them to fuse the earth concept and origin energy together like ordinary martial artists to fight their enemies. These puppets are different from the earth puppets I encountered in the Sword Monarch's treasure. It's difficult for the latter to use the energy of the earth concept fragment embedded in their bodies. However, the former can completely unleash the energy of the earth concept fragment embedded in their bodies. Duan Lingtian looked solemnly at the hundreds of puppets that surrounded him. He knew very well that he was facing a group of people whose strength was not inferior to a void transformation martial artist. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Chapter 952. Boom. Soon after, one of the khaki puppets stomped on the ground and dashed towards Duan Lingtian like the wind. Milky white origin energy soared from its body before it merged with the earth concept that soared up. It transformed into a rolling khaki energy that coiled around its body and helped it raise its speed to the limit. Whoosh! At the same time, 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above the khaki puppet before another 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 7th level void interpretation stage origin energy? 1st level advanced earth concept? Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Earlier, he was really worried that the group of puppets before him had 7th level earth concept fragments or above in their bodies. If that was the case, then he was bound to be unlucky today. The khaki energy that suffused the body of the puppet that charged towards Duan Lingtian quickly resonated with the earth. At this moment, there was no distinction between them. Whoosh! In the sky, another 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared beside the 300 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They can actually borrow the earth energy with their earth concept. Apart from the fact that they don't have intelligence and can't use spirit weapons, what's the difference between them and human martial artists? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly as he stared blankly at the 400 ancient horned dragons silhouettes that pounced towards him. Whoosh! At the same time, the khaki puppet arrived before Duan Lingtian. Its speed was so fast that it was not affected by its seemingly cumbersome body at all. It swept its fist out and smashed towards Duan Lingtian's head like a cannonball that was shot out from a barrel. The puppet's fist was coiled with waves of vast khaki energy that rolled out. It was earth-shattering, and the air was compressed to the point it set off a wave of ear-piercing air explosions. Boom, 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 boom. The energy that was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons swept out along with the continuous air explosions. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Duan Lingtian and was about to descend onto Duan Lingtian. Humph! Duan Lingtian, who had been accumulating strength since a long time ago, met the attack with his fist fearlessly. His origin energy exploded out, and 4 types of concepts followed like shadows. The energy that was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons swept out. Bang! As Duan Lingtian's fist and the puppet's fist collided, a loud sound reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot without moving. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, the puppet's fist, Duan Lingtian Lingtian, the Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, the puppet crashed to the ground and transformed into a pile of rubble. A yellow fragment was mixed in the rubble, and it was particularly conspicuous. Lingtian. Duan Lingtian 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 Lingtian. Duan Lingtian Lingtian Tian Lingtian 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 Lingtian. Although this first-level Earth concept fragment was of no use to him, it was still a concept fragment after all. Its value was extraordinary, and it might be of use to him in the future. So strong. The person hiding in the corner of the cave was a young man in blue clothes. He witnessed the scene of Duan Lingtian destroying the puppet with one punch, and his face couldn't help but change greatly. That puppet could exert the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons if it used all its strength, but it was still destroyed by his punch in a head-on collision. He's a disciple of the North Nether sect? When did such a person appear in the Dark North sect? The blue-clothed young man took a deep breath. There was a hint of fear between his brows. At the same time, he secretly guessed the identity of the purple-clothed young man in front of him. Looks like I can only wait for him to be besieged by the remaining puppets before I can retrieve the box that contains the treasure. Otherwise, once he discovers me, I'll definitely die. The blue-clothed youth made up his mind. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. After killing one of the puppets, he turned his attention to the remaining puppets. At this moment, the remaining group of puppets also began to move. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just when Duan Lingtian was tensed up, a group of puppets charged at him from all directions. Their speed was as fast as the puppet that was destroyed by Duan Lingtian earlier. Moreover, among these puppets, there were many existences whose strength far surpassed that puppet. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Along with the group of hundreds of puppets that surrounded Duan Lingtian were tens of thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged at him from all directions. The khaki-colored flames in the eyes of the puppets soared and raged as they stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they were going to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knew that there was only one direct method to deal with these puppets that didn't possess human intelligence, and that was to completely annihilate them. Only in this way would he be able to deal with the danger before him. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a sword that emitted waves of destructive aura. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that he obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. Although the strongest puppet among the group of puppets that pounced at him only had the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons after borrowing the earth energy, the strength of the strongest puppet was only comparable to the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. However, the problem was that he was not facing 1 or 2 puppets, but over 100 puppets. Perhaps the strength of these puppets could not be combined, but once they covered the sky and covered the earth as they descended towards him, he would not be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. What he needed to do now was to charge out of the encirclement and destroy these puppets separately. If he were to go head-on with them, then he would definitely be courting death. Bang, 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 bang. Over 100 puppets pounced at Duan Lingtian and punched out in unison, causing the air to be compressed and set off a wave of noise and ear-piercing explosions that continued without end for a long time. Moreover, at the same time that the explosions spread out, the airflow in the air was swiftly compressed, causing waves of invisible airwaves to surge out and set off a wave of vast gales that blew dust all over the cavern. Nine Dragons' radiant flash. Faced with the encirclement of over 100 puppets, Duan Lingtian, who was already prepared since the beginning, looked straight to the side and flashed out. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook, and a vast energy swept out through it. Instantly, 3 material divine dragons whistled out. 3 pairs of eyes flashed brilliantly as they shot out 6 extreme flashes that blasted 6 puppets to death. As soon as the 6 puppets fell, a small gap appeared in the encirclement. Whirlwind. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Duan Lingtian executed his movement technique. It was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind and was blown out rapidly, dodging the encirclement of the group of puppets. However, after he left the encirclement, the group of puppets still chased after him. Although they did not have spiritual intelligence, they seemed to regard Duan Lingtian as an enemy that they would not rest until he was dead. It was as though they would not stop until Duan Lingtian was dead. Duan Lingtian, who had rushed out of the encirclement, snorted coldly in the face of over 100 puppets that were attacking him. His body moved like the wind, and in the next moment, he flashed toward more than 10 puppets that were not far away. 9 Dragons' radiant flash. Sword drawing art. Every time Duan Lingtian swung the sword in his hand, either 3 divine dragons would surge out and shoot out 6 extreme flashes, or it would transform into a bolt of lightning and destroy a puppet. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I can't wait any longer. If I wait any longer, he'll definitely be able to slaughter all the remaining puppets. The blue-clad young man who was hiding in the corner gritted his teeth and made up his mind. When the blue-clad young man saw that Duan Lingtian's attention was not on the ceiling in the middle of the cavern, he took a deep breath and flew out. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flashed toward the ceiling of the cavern. Duan Lingtian, who was one-sidedly crushing and destroying the group of puppets, was completely immersed in the battle. Naturally, he did not notice that someone had appeared, let alone that someone was going to take the exquisite box in the middle of the cavern. That exquisite box was the box that contained the treasure left behind by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. The 100 puppets that Duan Lingtian was facing now were the test that he had to go through in order to obtain the treasure. Now that Duan Lingtian was facing the test here, someone was secretly trying to take the treasure away. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand struck out like a bolt of lightning and like a venomous serpent. Every single time it flashed out, it would easily destroy one or a few puppets, and not a single puppet was able to survive under his sword. Boom, 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 boom. After their companions were killed, the puppets that did not have intelligence continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian without any fear. They would not rest until they were dead. However, without exception, there was only destruction in their end. At the same time, the blue-clad young man's figure had already approached the top of the cavern. He reached out at lightning speed and took the exquisite box that was embedded in the top of the cavern. A brilliant smile appeared on the blue-clad young man's face as he looked at the exquisite box in his hand. He had succeeded. After he fought with his life on the line and killed all the puppets, he'll only find out that the treasure has been taken away by someone else. I think he'll be so angry that he'll vomit more than 3 liters of blood, right? The blue-clad young man thought to himself as he glanced at Duan Lingtian with a smug expression on his face. However, when he looked over, he was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was because he noticed that when he took the exquisite box from the top of the cavern, the puppets that were charging toward the purple-clad young man stopped in their tracks and turned their heads to look at him. The khaki flames in their eyes continued to rise as though they were declaring their anger. Run! When the blue-clad young man saw that the group of puppets was about to give up on the purple-clad young man and charge toward him, horror dawned on his face. He did not dare to hesitate as he moved his body and fled into the distance. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as the blue-clad young man made his move, The remaining khaki puppets gave up on Duan Lingtian and chased after him. What's going on? Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned by the actions of the group of puppets. He instinctively turned his head to look at them. With just a glance, a layer of frost appeared on his face. You want to take something that belongs to me, Duan Lingtian? Chapter 953. Whoosh. The blue-clad young man's speed was very fast. As he fled, 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head. They were as fast as the wind. First-level void transformation martial artist. He had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. Is it someone who came in from another entrance? Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He quickly overtook the group of khaki puppets and easily arrived behind the blue-clad young man. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian moved again and caught up to the blue-clad young man. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook and turned into a flash of lightning. The sword whistled briefly. Cough. The blue-clad young man did not even have time to react when a clear sword mark appeared on his throat. As he coughed, the sword mark opened and blood spurted out. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, the blue-clad young man fell to the ground along with the box that contained the treasure. He flew out from the inertia and only came to a stop after his body brushed against the ground for dozens of meters. At the same time, the exquisite box fell to the ground and opened with a pa sound. A fragment that was emitting a deep khaki energy appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Emerth Profundity Fragment? Duan Lingtian, who had just caught up, could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw the fragment. He raised his hand anxiously and used his origin energy to pull the fragment from the exquisite box into his hand. *T. Almost at the same time when he held the fragment in his hand, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and sensed a familiar aura from the box. It was the aura of an inscription formation. Congratulations, young man. This 7th-level Monarch stage Earth Profundity Fragment is yours. The martial Monarch's voice resonated from the exquisite box. His voice spread far and wide with a terrifying penetrating force. It's actually an improved polyphony formation. Duan Lingtian frowned. Even if the polyphony formation was activated, the sound would only spread to a radius of 100 meters. However, the improved polyphony formation had a terrifying penetrating power. It could spread the sound to a distance of 10,000 meters in a short period of time and enter the ears of everyone within 10,000 meters. That Emperor Wu must have done it on purpose. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. As for the purpose, it was none other than to make it too easy for the person who obtained the treasure. Boom, 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 boom. Unknowingly, the remaining dozens of earthen yellow puppets had caught up and surrounded Duan Lingtian. Their stone fists pierced through the air and smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Humph. Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly cold, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook as he executed the 9 dragons' radiant flash and the sword-drawing art, instantly annihilating a small portion of the puppets. Kill. As Duan Lingtian's eyes filled with killing intent, the remaining puppets all died at his hands. When all the puppets fell to the ground, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows as though he had sensed something. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 silhouettes ran from 3 different directions and arrived near Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. They came to a halt and revealed their true identities. The 3 young men looked at each other before their eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. 7th-level Monarch stage Earth Profundity Fragment. 3 pairs of eyes shot out 3 burning and greedy gazes as they focused on Duan Lingtian. They completely ignored the puppets that had turned into rocks all over the place. They did not even notice the blue-clad young man's body that was completely crushed by the rocks. Hand over the profundity fragment you obtained, otherwise, die. Among the 3 young men, the young man who had a cold expression glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said coolly. Although the other 2 young men did not say anything, they were also glaring at the fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand that was shining with khaki energy. They knew that it was the 7th-level Monarch stage Earth Profundity Fragment. The martial Monarch's voice came from afar and entered their ears. They had followed the voice and rushed over immediately. They're not the ones who came in with me. Duan Lingtian glanced at the three young men who surrounded him. He immediately realized that they were not the ones who came in from entrance number 2 with him. Which entrance did you come in from? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly with a gleam in his eyes. Entrance number 1. The young man who had a cold expression on his face answered. Entrance number 1? Duan Lingtian came to a realization and asked again, Are all of you from the northern desert as well? Are you from the northern desert as well? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the other young man raised an eyebrow and questioned him in a condescending tone. He was not courteous at all. Duan Lingtian did not care about the other party's tone. Now, he had confirmed the other party's origin from the other party's words. Do all of you want this profundity fragment? Duan Lingtian weighed the fragment in his hand and asked calmly. Of course. The young man who questioned Duan Lingtian earlier shouted as if it was a matter of course. But there are 3 of you. Who should I give this profundity fragment to? Duan Lingtian glanced at the 3 of them and asked curiously, No matter who you give it to, you have to hand it over first. The words of the stern-faced young man were filled with an unquestionable tone. Then who should I give it to? Duan Lingtian asked again. Leave it to me. The young man who questioned Duan Lingtian earlier said, I have no objections. The young man who had remained silent all this while also chimed in. The minority obeys the majority. The young man in front looked at the young man with a cold expression and said with a smile, Hermph, don't think that I don't know that all of you are Izumo sect's disciples. The Izumo movement skill that all of you displayed when you came in has already exposed your identities. The young man with a cold expression said in disdain. Then, does this mean that you're from North Nether sect? The 2 young men who were echoing each other earlier shifted their gazes to the young man with a cold expression and asked in a deep voice, That's right. The latter nodded and did not deny it. When our Izumo sect and Anika sect came in, your North Nether sect was nowhere to be seen. I can't believe that all of you actually made it in time. The Izumo sect's disciple who spoke rudely sneered. Izumo sect, Anika sect, North Nether sect. When Duan Lingtian heard the conversation between the 2 young men, his eyes narrowed immediately. Before he left the 5-element sect, he had never heard of these 3 sections. However, during the 1 month he spent traveling to the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure in the southwest of the northern desert after leaving the 5-element sect, he had learned a lot about the northern desert from Huangdaniu and Qinwei. In the northern desert, other than the eastern, southern, and western regions, there were a bunch of third-rate forces that ruled supreme. In the central area of the northern desert and the northern area of the northern desert, there were 3 powerful second-rate forces. They were sects that had existed for thousands of years. Izumo sect in the central region of the northern desert. North Nether sect in the northern region of the northern desert. Other than these 2 sects, there was another sect that was located at the intersection of the central and northern regions of the northern desert. It was Anika sect. They're from Izumo sect and North Nether sect? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as realization dawned on him. No wonder they're so powerful. As it turns out, they're young powerhouses from second-rate forces. Senior Brother Su, why are we wasting our breath on him? Let's kill him first and then snatch the profundity fragment from that boy. Another Izumo sect's disciple suggested. All right. The moment the Izumo sect's disciple who was addressed as Senior Brother Su heard this, his eyes lit up. He immediately flew out and charged toward the North Nether sect's disciple who had a cold expression on his face. The other Izumo sect's disciple followed closely behind. Whoosh, whoosh. One of them used a sword while the other used a saber. They unleashed their full strength the moment they made their move. They attacked the North Nether sect's disciple who stood motionless in the distance as though he was scared silly. Whoosh, whoosh. More than 550 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above each of their heads, displaying their full strength. Both of them were first-level void transformation martial artists. When their origin energy exploded, it was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Both of them used Grade 2 spirit weapons that could amplify their strength by 78% on top of their origin energy. It was close to the strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. On top of that, Both of them had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. Once they unleashed it, it was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. When the three of them were added together, it was equivalent to the strength of 550 ancient horned dragons. If that's the case, the blue-clad young man who wanted to seize the opportunity to take away the 7th-level Monarch stage Earth Profundity fragment might be from Izumo sect, North Nether sect, or Inika sect as well. Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side and being ignored by the two Izumo sect's disciples and the North Nether sect's disciple, could not help but recall the blue-clad young man whom he had killed with a single slash of his sword. The blue-clad young man was also a first-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. Moreover, he did not come in through entrance number 2 with him. Clang, 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 clang. At this moment, the sound of metal clashing resonated in his ears. Gusts of violent wind blew in his face, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. He saw that the North Nether sect's disciple was facing the two Izumo sect's disciples. His expression did not change at all. With his pair of iron fists, he easily blocked their attacks. Of course, the North Nether sect's disciple did not fight the two Izumo sect's disciples empty-handed. He used the Grade 2 spirit weapon glove that he wore on his hand and easily blocked the opponent's spirit saber and spirit sword. Faced with the scene before him, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. It was as though he was not surprised at all. Whoosh! Above the North Nether sect's disciple, the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes increased again until it reached more than 830. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward the two Izumo sect's disciples in a menacing manner. Second-level void transformation martial artist who has comprehended the second-level void transformation concept. I wonder if this North Nether sect's disciple is the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. Chapter 954. The North Nether sect's disciple did not use his full strength in the beginning. He only fought with the two Izumo sect's disciples with his strength that was on par with theirs. When the two Izumo sect's disciples saw this, they increased the speed of their attacks. Just as the two of them were getting closer to the North Nether sect's disciple, the North Nether sect's disciple who had successfully lured his enemies and had a chilling expression on his face. In an instant, his entire strength exploded. The strength of more than 830 ancient horned dragons gushed out from his iron fist, setting off a series of wind whistling sound and air exploding sound. Like a meteor falling from the sky, he smashed one of the Izumo sect's disciples. The punch was like a landslide. It was earth-shattering. Boom! A loud sound resonated in the air. The North Nether sect's disciple smashed the spirit saber in the Izumo sect's disciple's hand away with just one punch. The iron fist that was flying across the sky seemed to have transformed into a giant hammer as it continued to smash down on the Izumo sect's disciple's head. Bang! A loud explosion resonated in the air. The Izumo sect's disciple's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white matter splattered everywhere as the headless body fell to the ground. Why you actually concealed your strength? The other Izumo sect's disciple who used a sword, the one who had been speaking in an unfriendly tone, turned horrified when he saw his junior brother's head exploding from just one punch from the North Nether sect's disciple. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned around and fled. What a joke! Even with his full strength, he only had the strength of more than 550 ancient horned dragons. His opponent, on the other hand, had the strength of 830 ancient horned dragons. It was impossible for him to defeat his opponent. However, the only thing on his mind right now was to flee. It did not cross his mind that with his strength, he would not be able to escape from this North Nether sect's disciple. The Izumo sect's disciple had just fled for more than 10 meters when the North Nether sect's disciple caught up with him. Shocked, his head exploded with just one punch, and he followed in the footsteps of his junior brother. In just a blink of an eye, the North Nether sect's disciple had already killed two Izumo sect's disciples. His expression did not change at all. After taking the two spatial rings, his gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian. Boy, you're very smart. The North Nether sect's disciple with a cold expression looked at Duan Lingtian and said nonchalantly, It's a good thing you didn't run. Otherwise, you'll die before them. But now, you should be on your way to accompany them." As he spoke, the North Nether sect's disciple looked at Duan Lingtian with a chilling, killing intent in his eyes. His killing intent soared to the heavens. "If I give you this profundity fragment, will you kill me as well?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, and an imperceptible gleam flashed in them as he asked with interest. "Of course." The North Nether sect's disciple said matter-of-factly, "If you survive and spread the news that I've obtained the 7th level Monarch stage Earth profundity fragment, wouldn't I become everyone's target?" "Only dead people don't talk nonsense." The moment his words left his mouth, the heaven and earth phenomenon above the North Nether sect's disciple's head began to fluctuate. The 830 silhouettes of ancient horn dragons became even more corporeal. They were ready to charge out at any time. "Thank you for reminding me." Duan Lingtian's squinted eyes suddenly opened. A brilliant smile appeared on his face as his gaze fell upon the North Nether sect's disciple. "What do you mean?" The North Nether sect's disciple could not help but ask in a deep voice when he saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face. "Only dead people don't talk nonsense." Duan Lingtian repeated the North Nether sect's disciple's words. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, his body moved and shot out rapidly. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a hurricane as he swept toward the North Nether sect's disciple in a menacing manner. A khaki energy vibrated on Duan Lingtian's body. Accompanied by streaks of purple lightning and a vast green wind, it spread all the way to the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword in his hand. A sword whistle resonated in the air. An incomparably sharp aura appeared on the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword, as if it could tear everything apart. Duan Lingtian unleashed his full strength the moment he made his move. He did not hold back at all. Whoosh! As Duan Lingtian charged out, the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword in his hand trembled. The heaven and earth energy above his head began to stir and gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,000 ancient horn dragon silhouettes rushed out and pounced toward the North Nether sect's disciple with bared fangs and brandished claws. The North Nether sect's disciple only saw a flash in front of his eyes before the purple figure was already not far away from him. The 1,000 ancient horn dragon silhouettes in the sky caused an inexplicable shock to rise from the bottom of his heart. The strength of 1,000 ancient horn dragons. The North Nether sect's disciple was shocked. It had never crossed his mind that this purple-clad young man who looked like he was only 25 years old would actually possess such a powerful strength. It was obvious that the two Izumo sect's disciples had never seen the purple-clad young man before this. Moreover, the Izumo sect's disciple had said that they came in together with the Anika sect's disciple. If the purple-clad young man was an Anika sect's disciple, they would definitely recognize him even if they did not know him. Therefore, the purple-clad young man was neither Izumo sect's disciple nor Anika sect's disciple. Since he was a North Nether sect's disciple, he was almost certain that the purple-clad young man in front of him was not from the North Nether sect as well. Based on his words earlier, he revealed that he's also from the Northern Desert. The strongest forces in the Northern Desert are the three second-rate forces. There are North Nether sect, Izumo sect, and Anika sect. At this moment, the North Nether sect's disciple's mind began to spin. Don't tell me he's from a third-rate force? Such a thought suddenly appeared in the North Nether sect's disciple's mind. For a moment, an incredulous expression appeared on his face. Since when was there such a powerful young powerhouse in a third-rate force? Whoosh! The sound of a sword whistling reverberated in the air, causing the North Nether sect's disciple to regain his senses. He hurriedly threw out a punch to meet the swift sword ray that appeared briefly. Interesting. Seeing how the North Nether sect's disciple actually dared to dodge the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, a hint of coldness crept up the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. The sword that was originally going to dodge the opponent's fist suddenly trembled. Whoosh! The sword ray on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword skyrocketed as it met the iron fist of the North Nether sect's disciple and directly pierced through it. The sword ray swept out in a destructive manner and mercilessly poured into the North Nether sect's disciple's fist. Huh! When the North Nether sect's disciple saw this, he suddenly shouted out loud. The energy in his fist skyrocketed as the strength of more than 830 ancient horned dragons surged out. He gave it his all and did not hold back at all. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The energy contained in Duan Lingtian's sword ray collided with the energy in the North Nether sect's disciple's fist. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. At this moment, a vast airwave swept out like a ripple from the center of the collision between the two of them. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions continued to reverberate in the air. At the same time, it set off gusts of raging wind that blew in all directions, causing the entire cave to be filled with dust. Pa, 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 pa. A series of crisp sounds reverberated in the air. A series of hideous and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground beneath the North Nether sect's disciples' feet. The cracks continued to spread out and spread out like a gigantic spider web. On the other hand, not a single crack appeared beneath Duan Lingtian's feet. From this, one could see that the current collision did not cause any pressure to Duan Lingtian at all. Boom! In the next moment, the energy in Duan Lingtian's sword ray was completely released. The strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons completely crushed the North Nether sect's disciples' strength of more than 830 ancient horned dragons, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The energy in his fist was completely dispersed. That was not all. Spurt. The quasi-royal grade spiritual sword was sent out from Duan Lingtian's hand. It pierced through the grade 2 spirit weapon glove on the North Nether sect's disciple's fist and entered his arm. With a sudden shake, his entire arm was crushed into pieces. Humph! A muffled groan that was mixed with a hint of pain came out from the North Nether sect's disciple's mouth. In the next moment, his entire body was sent flying backward and fell hard on the ground. He was in a sorry state. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stood there with his sword in his hand. He looked at the North Nether sect's disciple coldly like an undefeatable god of war. You've got some backbone. A hint of astonishment flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. His sword earlier went through the North Nether sect's disciple's fist and entered his entire arm. It had completely crushed and crippled his arm. The pain he experienced was far from being comparable to having his arm chopped off. However, this North Nether sect's disciple only let out a muffled groan from the beginning until the end. After he was sent flying, he even managed to catch his breath in a short period of time. It was truly frightening. In the next moment, the North Nether sect's disciple's actions shocked Duan Lingtian, so much that his eyes could not help but shrink. Wong. The North Nether sect's disciple raised his left hand and turned it into a blade. Origin energy bloomed and transformed into a ray of white saber light. He decisively chopped off the broken arm that could no longer be restored to its original state. Hermph! The North Nether sect's disciple let out another muffled groan as he used his origin energy to stop the bleeding. At the same time, he consumed a healing pill. His extremely pale face finally regained some color. He can even be so ruthless to himself? This person is really terrifying. Upon seeing this, the cold gleam in Duan Lingtian's eyes became even more intense. The killing intent in his heart rose and was difficult to suppress. If he could be so ruthless to himself, it was needless to say that he would be even more ruthless to others. Although Duan Lingtian still admired this North Nether sect's disciple from the bottom of his heart. However, his heart did not soften at all. Just like what the other party had said, only a dead person would not speak carelessly. What exactly is the sword in your hand? Even if it's a grade 1 spirit sword, it's impossible for it to destroy my gloves. The North Nether sect's disciple took a deep breath and stared at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with dread. You have a good eye, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. How can a mere grade 1 spirit sword be compared to the sword in my hand? Let alone your grade 2 spirit weapon. Even if it's a grade 1 spirit weapon, I can still destroy it as long as I want to. A quasi-royal grade spirit weapon had broken through the shackles of an ordinary spirit weapon. Other than having a twofold increase in strength, it also possessed an indestructible and powerful characteristic. Chapter 955. Many of the materials used to refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon were difficult to refine even with the weapon fire of a grade 1 weapon craftsman. Due to this reason, the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon possessed the ability to destroy ordinary spirit weapons, including grade 1 spirit weapons. Even a grade 1 spirit weapon could be destroyed? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the North Nether sect's disciple could not help but narrow his eyes. Shock was written all over his face as he asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" "I'm just a nobody," Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. At the same time, he slowly raised the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. He was ready to kill the North Nether sect's disciple at any time. "I'm a North Nether sect's disciple. If you dare to kill me, the North Nether sect will never let you go," the North Nether sect's disciple threatened in a deep voice. Faced with the faintly discernible killing intent in the eyes of the purple-clad young man in front of him, he did not run away. This was because he knew he could not escape. His opponent's strength was far more powerful than his. "There's no third living person here. Do you think anyone will know that I'm the one who killed you if you die here?" Upon hearing the North Nether sect's disciple's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. He then looked at him as though he was looking at an idiot. Whoosh! In the next instant, Duan Lingtian directly killed him with his sword before he could even react. After killing the North Nether sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian took his spatial ring and the Earth concept fragments from the hundreds of puppets. After putting the hundreds of Earth concept fragments into Duan Lingtian's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared into the huge cavern that was as spacious as a training field. For a time, the only things left in the huge cave were some stones piled up everywhere, as well as 3 ghastly corpses. 7th level Monarch stage Earth Profundity Fragment. Not bad. Duan Lingtian weighed the profundity fragment that was sparkling with khaki energy in his hand as he flew forward. He muttered to himself, together with the 3rd level Monarch stage Wind Profundity Fragment, 3rd level Monarch stage Thunder Profundity Fragment, and 3rd level Monarch stage Sword Profundity Fragment. I have all the profundity fragments that I can use. The most important thing now is to find a profundity fragment that I have no use for and hand it over to the sect. Duan Lingtian put away the profundity fragment in his hand that was glowing with an earthy yellow energy. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he searched around. Along the way, he also met some young experts from other forces. In addition to the young disciples from other forces who had entered through entrance number 2 with him, he also encountered many unfamiliar faces. These people should be the disciples from the second-rate forces who had entered through entrance number 1. Along the way, Duan Lingtian witnessed many battles. They were either fighting for grade 2 spirit weapons, grade 1 spirit weapons, or concept fragments that were above the 7th level. The battles were fierce, and there were young experts who died from time to time. However, Duan Lingtian did not interfere. Whether it was a grade 2 spirit weapon or a grade 1 spirit weapon, he was not interested in them at all. As for concept fragments, the only thing he lacked was a 9th level Earth concept fragment. However, he did not encounter it along the way, and he was not interested in the rest. When he was passing by a spacious cave, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and he suddenly came to a halt. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the sound of a saber chiming entered Duan Lingtian's ears. When Duan Lingtian heard the sound, he looked over and saw a muscular young man swinging the spirit saber in his hand and killing another young man easily. After the muscular young man succeeded with his saber, he looked at the 2 young men who were standing nearby with a grave expression on their faces and said disdainfully, "Now, are the 2 of you still coveting the 9th level Earth concept fragment in my hand?" When the 2 young men heard this, they looked at each other. For a moment, they did not dare to attack the muscular young man anymore. 9th level Earth concept fragment? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He was still wondering when he would come across a 9th level Earth concept fragment. He did not expect to encounter one in just a blink of an eye. For a moment, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and probed the muscular young man's cultivation base. Third level void transformation? After probing the man's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. The North Nether Sex disciple from before had a cultivation base at the second-level void transformation, and it had already shocked him. Now, he had encountered an even stronger existence, a young powerhouse at the third-level void transformation stage. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to study the muscular young man seriously. The muscular young man was dressed in green and had an ordinary appearance. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. Although he looked careless, his big eyes were gleaming with wisdom. It was apparent that he was not as simple as he seemed. Third-level void transformation. His strength is equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horn dragons when he fully explodes his strength. The spirit saber in his hand is a grade 2 spirit saber. Although its amplification strength is not as good as the spirit weapon that I personally refined, it's not weak either. It can amplify strength by at least 78%. After Duan Lingtian probed the man's cultivation base, he began to ponder in his heart. A 78% amplification on the strength of 400 ancient horn dragons is equivalent to the strength of 310 ancient horn dragons. In other words, he can unleash the strength of over 710 ancient horn dragons without using his concept, as long as he has comprehended the void transformation concept above the second level. I'm no match for him in terms of strength. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, he gasped. When he exerted his full strength and relied on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, the strength he could exert was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horn dragons. If his opponent had comprehended the second-level void transformation concept, he would be able to exert the strength of 1,010 ancient horn dragons when he exerted his full strength. If that was the case, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of him and could fight him. However, if his opponent had comprehended the third-level void transformation concept or an even higher-level void transformation concept, Duan Lingtian knew he was no match for him. After all, his opponent was a third-level void transformation martial artist. It was not impossible. However, Duan Lingtian was a little reluctant to give up the 9th-level Earth concept fragment just like that. If you have the 9th-level Saber concept fragment in your hands, I'll be happy to exchange the 9th-level Earth concept fragment that I just obtained with you. If you don't, scram. At this moment, the sturdy young man's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears again, causing Duan Lingtian's eyes to brighten up immediately. 9th-level Saber concept fragment? He happened to have one in his hands. It was the one he won from the sect leader of Sun Moon sect before he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Whoosh, whoosh. The two young men standing at the side were originally anxious. However, when they heard the sturdy young man's words, they heaved a sigh of relief. They did not dare to stay any longer and left in a flash, disappearing into the cavern in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and the sturdy young man were left in the entire cavern. What? You want to snatch the 9th-level Earth concept fragment from me too? After noticing Duan Lingtian's presence, the sturdy young man raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. Sometimes, a wrong decision can cost you your life." When Duan Lingtian heard the sturdy young man's words, he could not help but laugh secretly. This person did not seem like a ruthless person. He had the attitude of, "I won't attack unless I'm attacked first." At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. You said earlier, I can use the 9th-level Saber concept fragment to exchange for the 9th-level Earth concept fragment in your hands? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he narrowed his eyes. That's right. The sturdy young man nodded. Then, as though he had recalled something, his eyes lit up immediately. Brother, since you said so, could it be that you have the 9th-level Saber concept fragment in your hands? When the sturdy young man reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with burning desire. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a fragment appeared in his hand. It was the 9th-level Saber concept fragment that he had won from the sect leader of Sun Moon sect not long ago. 9th-level Saber concept fragment. When the sturdy young man saw the fragment that Duan Lingtian took out, an excited smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he took out a deep yellow fragment. It was the 9th-level Earth concept fragment. Little brother, let's exchange. As though he was afraid that Duan Lingtian would go back on his words, the The sturdy young man raised his hand and threw the ninth-level Earth concept fragment in his hand to Ling Tian. It was as though he was not worried that Duan Ling Tian would go back on his words after taking his concept fragment. Duan Ling Tian did not expect the sturdy young man to be so straightforward. He could not help but have a good impression of him. When he took the ninth-level Earth concept fragment, he threw the saber concept fragment in his hand to the other party as well. The sturdy young man reached out his hand to catch it and put it away in his spatial ring as though he had just obtained a treasure. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and grinned. "My name is Peng Bao, and I'm a disciple of Anika sect. May I know how I should address you, brother?" Anika sect was one of the three major second-rate forces in the northern desert. Duan Lingtian, who had a good impression of Peng Bao, replied with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, a disciple of Five-Element sect." Five-Element sect? When Peng Bao heard this, his eyes gleamed as he asked in surprise, "Is it the Five-Element sect in the southern of the northern desert?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded his head. "I've heard about your Five-Element sect from my master before. It's said that there was once a talented martial artist in your Five-Element sect who had the potential to become a martial monarch. Unfortunately, he was injured more than 20 years ago, and he could not recover from the setback since then," Peng Bao said. Upon hearing Peng Bao's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Naturally, he could guess that the person Peng Bao was talking about was Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak in the Five-Element sect. However, it did not cross his mind that Qiyu was so famous that even the people from the second-rate forces in the northern desert knew about him. "That's the peak master of our Five-Element sect's Wood Peak." Duan Lingtian smiled. Chapter 956. Upon hearing Peng Bao's reminder, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. The interaction between him and Peng Bao was nothing more than an exchange of equal value. The fact that Peng Bao was willing to do this meant that he was a friend worth making. "All right." Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. "Then I'll make a move first. Be careful." Peng Bao nodded at Duan Lingtian and left after bidding farewell to him. After Peng Bao left, Duan Lingtian left as well. However, he did not leave in the same direction as Peng Bao. There were 7 exits in this cavern that led to different places. He simply chose a different one from Peng Bao. In one of the thousands of caverns in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, boom, 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 boom. In an extremely humid cavern that was covered in vegetation, the sound of collision and explosion reverberated in the air. It was continuous and did not stop for a long time. 2 figures crossed each other constantly. They would collide and separate from time to time. For a moment, they seemed to be evenly matched. Unknowingly, a series of hideous cracks had appeared on the ground beneath their feet. The cracks were densely intertwined and spread out, forming a huge spider web. "Is there any meaning in continuing like this? Why don't I give you a 7th-level concept fragment and you give me the 2nd spirit fruit? What do you think?" One of the figures said as he retreated. "Give it to me, and I'll give you an 8th-level concept fragment," the other figure said disdainfully. He continued to charge at his opponent. The energy from the fusion of origin energy and concept on his body soared and swept towards his opponent in a ferocious manner. "Humph, then there's nothing more to say." The former snorted coldly and shot out to fight with his opponent again. Both of them continued to fight here. Sounds of explosions swept out from where they collided and set off gusts of violent wind. It blew until a plant in the damp cavern was on the verge of collapse. This plant was very special. It was not green like ordinary plants. Instead, it had 3 different colors. Its slightly exposed rhizome was golden. Its branches were purple. Its leaves were red. Most importantly, there were 3 different colored spirit fruits hanging on the plant. They were gold, purple, and red respectively. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this plant, he would be very surprised. 3 spirit fruits of different colors grew on one of the plants. It was extremely strange. Most importantly, these 3 spirit fruits were not of the same type. In other words, a cultivator could consume these 3 spirit fruits at the same time, allowing them to increase their cultivation without any diminishing effect. Now, the 2 young experts fighting in the cave were fighting because they had discovered these 3 spiritual fruits at the same time. Judging from the deep color of these three spirit fruits, it was clear that they had just ripened. Now was the best time to take it. Clang, 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 clang. The figures of the two young men constantly crossed each other, and the spirit weapons in their hands would occasionally collide with each other, emitting ear-piercing sounds that shook people's hearts. More than 550 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above their heads. Both of them were first-level void transformation martial artists who had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. The spirit weapons in their hands were all Grade 2 spirit weapons that had a 78% boost in strength. The reason both of them were fighting was because of the three spirit fruits. If there were only two spirit fruits, they would have stopped fighting long ago after knowing their opponent's strength was on par with theirs. They would have gotten one each, and everyone would be happy. However, there were three spirit fruits in total. Now, they wanted to use their own strength to decide who would get the spirit fruits. The loser would definitely die, and the winner would get all three spirit fruits. However, they were still unable to determine the winner even after fighting for a long time. I think we shouldn't continue like this. It won't benefit anyone if someone else tries to take a share of the loot from us. One of the young men retreated and said in a deep voice, "Sure. However, I must get two of the three spirit fruits." The other young man nodded in agreement, but he stated a condition that was difficult for his opponent to accept. "Humph. Since you're so greedy, I'll continue." The former's face darkened, and he snorted angrily before continuing to fight with his opponent. Time passed by quietly. Outside the cave, a white figure flew in and stopped at one of the entrances of the cave. His gaze landed on the two people fighting in the cave. They must be fighting here because of some benefits. The owner of the white figure was a white-clad young man. He looked at the two people fighting in the cave and muttered to himself, "Zishang boy, you're in luck." At this moment, a gloomy, hoarse, and old voice resonated in the depths of the white-clad young man's mind. The white-clad young man could not help but be stunned. The white-clad young man was none other than Zishang, who had fallen from the high platform below the entrance of the Emperor Wu's secret realm. He should have died after falling into the bottomless abyss, but he was still alive and well. Moreover, he had even entered the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. "Elder Ghost, what did you find?" Zishang's eyes lit up when he heard Ghost Flame's words in his mind. "Look at the inside of the cave. Do you see the tricolor plant?" Ghost Flame's voice resonated in Zishang's mind. When Zishang heard this, he immediately looked into the cave. With just a glance, he saw the tricolor plant with three different colored fruits hanging on it. It was especially eye-catching. Spirit fruits? Zishang's eyes flashed, and his breathing became hurried. "Although I don't know what kind of spirit fruits they are, my soul energy can sense that they're not the same type of spirit fruits. Moreover, their medicinal effects are between the void interpretation stage's spirit fruits and the void transformation stage's spirit fruits." Ghost Flame's voice continued to resound in Zishang's mind. "What do you mean?" Zishang was puzzled when he heard Ghost Flame's words. "What I mean is, regardless of whether it's a void interpretation stage martial artist or a void transformation stage martial artist, those three spirit fruits can be consumed. If consumed by a void interpretation stage martial artist, the effect will be even greater." Ghost Flame explained. "Spirit fruits that can be consumed by both void interpretation stage and void transformation stage martial artists?" Zishang's eyes lit up. His originally hurried breathing became even faster, and he could not calm down for a long time. A spirit fruit that could be consumed by a void transformation stage martial artist would naturally have a strong medicinal effect. He was only a 7th-level void interpretation stage martial artist. Once he consumed these three spirit fruits, would his strength not improve by leaps and bounds? The two types of concepts that he had comprehended were already void transformation concepts. Therefore, he did not have to worry that his cultivation base would not be able to enter the void transformation stage after quickly breaking through to the 9th-level void interpretation stage. "These three spirit fruits are mine, Zishang." Zishang's eyes flashed as he glanced at the two people who were still fighting with disdain. He flew into the cave, and he did not intentionally conceal himself in front of the two people who were fighting. "Who's there?" As soon as Zishang appeared, He was noticed by the two young men who were fighting. Instantly, the two of them stopped fighting and stared at Zishang. I, Zishang, want those 3 spirit fruits. Zishang glanced at the two young men and said indifferently. Zishang glanced at the two young men and spoke indifferently. When he spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment, but his tone contained traces of an unquestionable tone. When they heard Zishang's words, the two young men's faces changed drastically, and they said angrily, "Dream on." At this moment, Zishang, who paused for a moment, had a cold gleam in his eyes. There was coldness in his voice. As for the two of you, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Don't even think about leaving this place alive. One had to admit that Zishang's words were very domineering. At the same time, it completely infuriated the two young men. You're courting death. One of the young men's eyes was filled with killing intent. His voice was cold as though it came from an extremely cold ice cave. Whoever kills this kid will get the 2 spirit fruits. What do you think? The other young man took a deep breath and asked the former. Sure. The former did not refuse and nodded fiercely. For a moment, the two young men looked at Zishang with a ruthless gaze. It was as though they were going to devour him. Kill. In the next moment, the two of them attacked at the same time with tacit understanding. The origin energy and concept on their bodies merged together and transformed into a vast and rolling energy. Together with the spirit weapons in their hands, they attacked Zishang mercilessly. In the void above their heads, the heaven and earth energy rolled and rolled. In the end, it gathered into more than 550 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. There was a total of more than 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws at Zishang. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Facing 2 first-level void transformation martial artists, Zishang, who was a 7th-level void interpretation martial artist, was not afraid at all. A hint of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth as a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand out of thin air. Seeing the two young men charging at him without holding back, a cold gleam flashed in Zishang's eyes. He shook the long spear in his hand and suddenly shot it out fiercely. Whoosh! Where the long spear was pointed, flames wrapped around the body of the spear, as though it had transformed into a fire dragon that kept flashing around the spear body. Soon after, a gust of green wind appeared beside the fire dragon and pierced into the fire dragon's body. Whoosh! In an instant, the fire dragon soared with the help of the wind. At the same time, as the 7-foot-long spear in Zishang's hand swept out like a bolt of lightning, 878 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons swept out from the void above his head. The 7th-level void interpretation martial artist's strength was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons when his origin energy was fully unleashed. With the boost from the Grade 2 Spirit Spear, it could be raised to the strength of 178 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with the 4th-level advanced wind concept that was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons, the 1st-level advanced wind concept that was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons, and the 1st-level advanced wind concept that was enhanced by the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons with the help of the wind through the fire. Currently, Zishang could unleash the strength of 878 ancient horned dragons with his full strength. H*T. Chapter 957. Unfortunately, it was already too late when the two young men realized what was going on. They had never imagined that this young man in white, who looked even younger than them, would be so powerful that he could completely crush them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zishang shook the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. 2 spear rays flashed out like a pair of wind and fire dragons. They easily killed the two young men who overestimated themselves. He killed 2 first-level void transformation martial artists in just one move. If there was a third person present, the person would surely turn pale with fright and be dumbstruck when such an accomplishment occurred on a 7th-level void interpretation stage martial artist. This was because this was almost impossible in the eyes of ordinary people. A martial artist at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage killing 2 martial artists at the 1st level of the void transformation stage in a single move. No matter who heard of this, They would only think that this was a fantasy story and a great joke. Two pieces of trash. Zishang, who kept the 7-foot-long spear in his hand, glanced at the two young men's corpses with disdain. Void transformation martial artists. That's all there is to them. At this moment, Zishang seemed to have forgotten everything. Not long ago, he was forced by a void transformation martial artist to abandon the Devil Seal tablet fragment and escape into the bottomless abyss. That was how he managed to survive. Otherwise, he would have become a corpse now. These 3 spirit fruits. They're all mine now. Zishang walked to the 3-colored plant in the innermost part of the damp cave and plucked the 3 spirit fruits of different colors. He held them in his hand and studied them carefully. According to my judgment, any one of these 3 spirit fruits is enough to help you advance from the 7th level void interpretation to the 1st level void transformation stage in one go. At the same time, Ghostfire's voice resonated in Zishang's mind. The medicinal effect is so strong? Zishang was shocked when he heard Ghostfire's words. After all, he was only at the 7th level void interpretation now. He was 3 levels away from the 1st level void transformation stage. 1 spirit fruit was enough to help him break through 3 levels in a row. At this moment, Zishang's breathing quickened. Of course, as long as a void transformation martial artist is not at the 4th level void transformation stage or above, any one of these 3 spirit fruits can raise his cultivation base by at least 1 level. Ghostfire said matter-of-factly, all right, don't try to convince me. Even if I only consume 1 of them, my strength will surpass that Duan Tian once I break through to the 1st level void transformation stage. Zishang's eyes flickered with a bright light, and then he gnashed his teeth and said, Duan Tian, I'll surely kill you and seize the Devil Seal tablet. At that time, I, Zishang, will soar into the sky. You are destined to be trampled under my feet. There's no rush to seek revenge from that Duan Tian for now. You should first find a secluded place, consume the spirit fruit, and cultivate properly. Your priority is to raise your cultivation base to the 1st level void transformation stage. Ghostfire said, yes. Zishang nodded and agreed with Ghostfire's words. At the same time, he began to look for a secluded cave in the surroundings. He was prepared to consume the spirit fruit he had just obtained to increase his cultivation base. Naturally, Duan Tian was unaware of what happened here. Duan Tian did not know that Zishang, who should have fallen to his death in the bottomless abyss, was still alive. He also did not know that Zishang had obtained 3 spirit fruits that could be considered as treasures, and that his strength would surpass his at any time. At this moment, Duan Tian was shuttling through the caves, trying to determine the location of the palace that Emperor Wu left behind in the center of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. According to the Emperor Wu powerhouse, the palace where he died was located in the center of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Duan Tian's target was the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment and the other 2 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments in the body of the Emperor Wu powerhouse. Apart from the 3 Profundity Fragments, there were only 5 Profundity Fragments in the entire Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Right now, he had obtained one of the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. There were 4 more. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find them. In Duan Tian's opinion, he was already considered lucky to have obtained one of them. Otherwise, he might not have obtained it at all. I can't believe I didn't encounter a single 5-element sex disciple who's still alive. Duan Tian's face turned slightly solemn as he moved. Although he had encountered a few 5-element sex disciples along the way, all of them were dead bodies. Moreover, they had all been killed a long time ago. He could not find the murderer even if he wanted to avenge them. Inside an incomparably spacious cave, 2 swiftly moving figures suddenly stopped in their tracks. There were countless rocks piled up around their bodies. Among the rocks, there were many red fragments mixed in. They were fire concept fragments, and there were hundreds of them. The 2 of them did not collect the fire concept fragments that were scattered all over the ground. Their eyes landed on the exquisite box at the top of the cave at the same time. Half of the exquisite box was embedded in the top of the cave. It was obvious that the treasure left behind by the powerhouse Emperor Wu was stored inside. The two young men quickly shifted their eyes away from the exquisite box. Lu Qi, I can't believe that your strength has improved so much. Looks like Anika sect came prepared this time. You're quite ambitious, aren't you? One of the young men looked at the other young man and said in a deep voice, Isn't Izumo sect the same? The Anika sect's disciple who was called Lu Qi smirked. His eyes gleamed fiercely. Xiaoping, we fought once in the martial competition of the three sects. I lost to you that time. Today, not only do I want to avenge my humiliation, but I also want to kill you and take the treasure for myself. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Xiaoping replied indifferently. Almost at the instant Xiaoping's words left his mouth, Lu Qi made his move. He chose to make the first move and charged toward Xiaoping. A soft sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand out of thin air. Whoosh! The soft sword that was filled with a chilling intent pierced through the air and set off a series of piercing whistling sounds. The moment he made his move, he aimed for Xiaoping's vital point between his eyebrows. Whoosh! The heaven and earth energy swirled above Lu Qi's head as the heaven and earth phenomenon consolidated and formed. Silhouettes of ancient horn dragons appeared above Lu Qi's head one after another. There was a total of over 830 of them. Lu Qi's cultivation base was at the second-level void transformation stage. When the origin energy in his body burst out, it was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horn dragons. With the 78% boost from the Grade 2 spirit weapon, it could be raised to the strength of over 230 ancient horn dragons. Moreover, Lu Qi had also comprehended the second-level advanced sword concept. It was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horn dragons. Therefore, when Lu Qi unleashed his full strength, it was equivalent to the strength of over 830 ancient horn dragons. The sword that contained the strength of over 830 ancient horn dragons reverberated in the air wherever it passed. The airflow in the air stirred and set off a series of slight air explosions. Whoosh! He pointed his sword at Xiaoping's glabella, intending to kill Xiaoping in one strike. When Xiaoping saw Lu Qi had made the first move and displayed such strength, his face turned slightly solemn. However, there was no fear in his eyes at all. He took a step forward and charged forward. Whoosh! A narrow saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand. The saber ray bloomed and emitted waves of sharp aura as it charged toward Lu Qi's sword. Whoosh! The heaven and earth energy swirled in the air as the heaven and earth phenomenon consolidated and transformed into silhouettes of ancient horn dragons. In just a blink of an eye, the number of silhouettes of ancient horn dragons increased to over 800. Kill! Lu Qi's eyes gleamed coldly as he faced Xiaoping, who charged toward him. The soft sword in his hand raged as it charged toward Xiaoping's narrow saber. It was as though he wanted to fight head-on with Xiaoping. However, the confidence on his face soon froze. He could clearly see that the number of silhouettes of ancient horn dragons above Xiaoping's head had increased to over 930 in just a blink of an eye. It was 100 more than him. No. Horror dawned on Lu Qi's face when he saw this. It did not cross his mind that Xiaoping had been concealing his strength since the beginning. It turned out that Xiaoping, who had a similar cultivation base to him and possessed Grade 2 spirit weapons, had already comprehended the third-level saber concept and completely suppressed his second-level sword concept. Clang! The sound of metal colliding reverberated in the air. It was extremely ear-piercing. Boom! At the same time, the two forces collided with each other. A loud bang reverberated in the air and set off waves of air that spread out like ripples. It caused gusts of violent wind to blow. Smack! 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 The floor beneath Lu Qi's feet shattered. Countless ferocious cracks appeared and spread out in all directions, as though they had transformed into a huge spider web. Boom! Almost at the same time, Lu Qi's sword ray was crushed by Xiaoping's saber ray. In just a few moments, Lu Qi was completely enveloped by Xiaoping's saber ray and was cut into two. Lu Qi's broken body fell to the ground. His blood stained the ground like a small stream that flowed slowly. It was dazzling and eye-catching. Lu Qi was the Anika sect's disciple who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. His strength could be ranked in the top 5 among the 10 Anika sect disciples who entered this time. However, he still died in the hands of Izumo sect's disciple, Xiaoping. Lu Qi, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me, Xiaoping. Xiaoping sneered. He took 2 steps forward and squatted down, preparing to take the spatial ring from Lu Qi's hand. However, before he could reach out his hand, his body stiffened. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Xiaoping hurriedly turned around and looked at the young man who had appeared behind him without him noticing. His face turned slightly grave. Who are you? The young man ignored Xiaoping. His gaze landed on the exquisite box that was embedded in the ceiling of the cavern. His eyes gleamed with a scorching luster. Leave. I don't want to kill you. Finally, the young man looked at Xiaoping and said coldly. From the beginning until the end, his face remained cold. May I know who you are? Xiaoping asked again. Emotion-severing sect, Zhang Yin. Chapter 958. Emotion-severing sect? Upon hearing Zhang Yan's words, Xiaoping could not help but be stunned. After pondering for a moment, he asked, the third-rate force in the southern of the northern desert, the emotion-severing sect? Zhang Yan's face remained cold, and he did not answer Xiaoping. Xiaoping, on the other hand, confirmed it himself. When he looked at Zhang Yan again, a mocking smile appeared on his face. A disciple from a third-rate force dares to spout nonsense in front of me. Xiaoping? What a joke. Do you know who I, Xiaoping, am? Zhang Yan still did not speak. Let me tell you. I, Xiaoping, am a disciple from Izumo sect, one of the 3 second-rate forces in the northern desert. You're just a disciple from a third-rate force, an ant-like existence. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me, Xiaoping? When Xiaoping reached this part of the sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly as he shouted, You'll definitely die today. The moment the words left his mouth, Xiaoping no longer spouted nonsense. His body flashed as he charged toward Zhang Yan. The narrow saber in his hand seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake as it shot out rapidly to bite Zhang Yan's vital points. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared again. A total of 930 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky above Xiaoping once again. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward Zhang Yan. Xiaoping, Izumo sect's disciple. Among the 10 Izumo sect's young disciples who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time, his strength could be ranked in the top 3. Due to this reason, Xiaoping was very confident in his strength. In his opinion, a mere third-rate disciple was just an ant-like existence in front of him. He only needed to meet face-to-face, and he could completely obliterate him from this world. In the face of Xiaoping, who was charging at him menacingly, Zhang Yan's expression remained unchanged. However, his eyes turned completely cold as he quickly extended both of his hands. At that instant, a pair of spirit weapon gloves that were made of an unknown material appeared on each of Zhang Yan's hands. The moment the gloves appeared, a chilly aura exuded from them. Ice concept? When Xiaoping sensed the chilly aura exuding from Zhang Yan's hands, his eyes narrowed as a hint of astonishment appeared on his face. The concept of ice could be considered to be the concept of nature with the greatest might, and unless one possessed extraordinary natural talent and fortuitous encounters, it was practically impossible to comprehend it. However, when Xiaoping saw that there were only 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhang Yan's head, he could not help but sneer. So it's only the first-level advanced ice concept? In his opinion, the first-level advanced ice concept posed no threat to him at all. However, his expression quickly changed. This was because at the same time that Zhang Yan's hand emitted waves of frightening cold air, Yuan power rose along with it, transforming into strands of raging flames that perfectly fused together with the cold air. In that instant, blue flames appeared on Zhang Yan's hands. They gave off a scorching hot aura and a cold aura. The contradictory combination gave off a formless pressure. Whoosh! At the same time, another 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhang Yan. Among them, 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons belong to the first-level advanced fire concept. The fire concept was born from the ice concept. This technique was one of the miraculous techniques of the top cultivation method that Zhang Yin cultivated, the supreme emotion-forgetting technique. As for the other 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, they were triggered by Zhang Yan's 7th-level void interpretation cultivation base. Almost at the same time, another 78 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. It was the amplification ability of the Grade 2 spirit weapon gloves on Zhang Yan's hands. There was a total of 578 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. However, everything did not end there. Dual heaven of ice and fire. As Zhang Yin spoke coldly, the blue ice flame that was the combination of ice and fire on his hands suddenly soared and emitted waves of frightening aura. In that instant, another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 578 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhang Yan's head. There was a total of 978 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. If the sect leader of a motion-severing sect, Payan, was here, he would be shocked to see this. This was because this meant that his direct disciple, Zhang Yin, had mastered the mastery stage of ice and fire dual heaven. It could double the strength of the combination of ice and fire. The dual heaven of ice and fire was a technique in the supreme emotion-forgetting technique. The initial stage could double the strength of the combination of ice and fire, while the mastery stage could double the strength. Currently, Zhang Yin had mastered the mastery stage of ice and fire dual heaven. How's this possible? The reason why Xiaoping's expression changed was because he saw this unbelievable scene. The 978 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above the emotion-severing sect's disciple's head had completely exceeded the strength of 930 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that he could display when he unleashed his full strength. At the same time, Xiaoping's narrow saber that was charging toward Zhang Yin in a menacing manner showed signs of slowing down due to the shock in his heart. At this moment, a figure with a vast blue ice flame on his body appeared in front of Xiaoping in just a blink of an eye. Horror dawned on Xiaoping's face. Whoosh! Xiaoping no longer dared to hesitate. The strength on the narrow saber in his hand skyrocketed as he charged toward Zhang Yin. It was as though he wanted to cut Zhang Yin into two. Humph! A cold snort sounded from Zhang Yan's mouth. In the next instant, Zhang Yan's hand descended like a cattail leaf fan. It was as fast as lightning as it pressed down on the narrow saber in Xiaoping's hand. Slap! Zhang Yin swung his hand out and slapped the narrow saber in Xiaoping's hand away from its original trajectory. His hand remained on the narrow saber. In an instant, a layer of frost covered the narrow saber. The frost swept and spread, covering Xiaoping's body in just a blink of an eye. It caused Xiaoping's body that was about to dodge to show signs of stopping. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhang Yan's other hand that was surrounded by blue ice flames swept out like a cattail leaf fan at lightning speed. It was aimed at Xiaoping's head. No! Horror dawned on Xiaoping's face when he saw Zhang Yan's palm that was surrounded by blue ice flame and contained the strength of 978 ancient horned dragons was about to land on his head. He wanted to defend himself, but he realized that his body had become a little sluggish due to the cold air that came from Zhang Yan's palm. It was impossible for him to defend himself in time. Slap! Zhang Yan's palm landed on Xiaoping's head and cracked it like a watermelon. The red and white matter that splattered out was completely frozen by a layer of frost. It did not touch Zhang Yin at all. Xiaoping's body fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The narrow saber in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Zhang Yin raised his eyebrows and casually took Xiaoping's spatial ring and Grade 2 spirit saber before putting them away into his spatial ring. Subsequently, he took Lu Qi's spatial ring and Grade 2 spirit sword that had been dead for a long time. He also put away the fire concept fragments that were scattered all over the ground. There were a total of hundreds of fire concept fragments. A rare faint smile crept up on the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth after he put all of them away. Not bad. Zhang Yin raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. This time, he could be considered as the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He was the fisherman that reaped the benefits. Soon after, Zhang Yan's gaze landed on the exquisite box at the top of the cavern. He flew out and took the exquisite box. I wonder what's inside. With curiosity in his heart, Zhang Yin lifted his hand and opened the exquisite box. After a short moment, a fragment that flickered with a deep fiery red energy appeared before his eyes, causing his eyes to light up and his breathing to become hurried. This isn't a concept fragment. Don't tell me it's a profundity fragment? Or a fire profundity fragment? Zhang Yin sucked in a cold breath. Almost at the same time, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice resonated from the box. When it entered Zhang Yan's ears, it carried a terrifying, penetrating force that spread in all directions. Congratulations, young man. This 9th-level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment is yours. Soon after, Zhang Yin reacted. He could tell that it was the voice of the martial Monarch powerhouse who left behind Emperor Wu's secret treasure. There's actually a polyphony formation in this box. However, the voice just now seems to have a strong penetrating force. I'm afraid it has spread to the surrounding area now? Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed when he thought of this. As soon as Zhang Yan reacted, he heard 3 swift sounds of wind whistling. In just a blink of an eye, they entered the cavern that he was in. A moment later, 3 figures appeared before his eyes. Junior brother Liu. One of the figures belonged to a young man in black. Horror dawned on his face when he saw Liu Qi's body on the ground. It was apparent that he was also a disciple of a Nika sect, just like Liu Qi. Senior brother Xiaoping. The other 2 young men looked at Xiaoping's body. Horror dawned on their faces. When they looked at Zhang Yin again, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. After the 2 of them looked at each other, they seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. They quickly turned around and intended to escape. What a joke. The person who could kill senior brother Xiaoping was not someone they could deal with. Since you're here, don't leave. Zhang Yan's cold voice resonated in the air. As he lifted his hands, 2 vast blue ice flames swept out and caught up to the 2 Izumo sect's disciples. They enveloped them and killed them instantly. The 2 bodies fell to the ground with 2 soft thuds and lifted a cloud of dust. Ice concept? Fire concept? The black-clad Anika sect's disciple's face turned solemn. His eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Zhang Yin. You're quite strong to be able to kill junior brother Liu and Izumo sect's Xiaoping. However, you're still nothing in front of me. The moment the Anika sect's disciple's words left his mouth, his body shot out like an arrow that was released from a bow as he charged toward Zhang Yin. A spirit weapon appeared in his hand. Origin energy and concept followed him like a shadow and merged into the spirit weapon. At the same time, more than 930 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head and charged toward Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin? Chapter 959. This was a devastatingly beautiful woman. Just by standing there, it was as if everything around her paled in comparison. Her red robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Her graceful figure was enough to make one's imagination run wild. It gave one the urge to rush up and embrace her. However, the lady's appearance was so quiet that it did not alarm Zhang Yin and the black-clad Anika sect's disciple. Second-level void transformation stage? Comprehended the third-level void transformation concept? Zhang Yin, who had a grave expression on his face, could not help but sneer when he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by the Anika sect's disciples' attack. He initially thought that the other party dared to say such words because he had a strength that surpassed Xiaoping, the Izumo sect's disciple whom he had just killed. However, it seemed like the other party's strength was only on par with Xiaoping. Perhaps, in his impression, Xiaoping's strength is not on par with him. Zhang Yin thought to himself. Xiaoping, whose strength was on par with this Anika sect's disciple, was killed by Zhang Yin in just one blow. Naturally, this Anika sect's disciple would not be an exception as well. In just one blow, Zhang Yan's hands surged with ice flames and killed him directly. Fusion of ice and fire? When Zhang Yin killed the Anika sect's disciple, took his spatial ring and spirit weapon, and was about to leave, a soft and pleasant voice resonated in his ears all of a sudden. This voice was not unfamiliar to Zhang Yin, so his expression changed slightly. When did she appear? A strange thought rose in Zhang Yan's heart. He turned around and looked at the lady standing nearby who looked like she had transformed into a fire spirit. It was Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu was not unfamiliar to Zhang Yan. A few months ago, Feng Tianwu had already displayed her extraordinary strength during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held in Skywolf Fort. However, compared to his strength, it was still worlds apart. It was not worth mentioning at all. It did not cross Zhang Yan's mind that Feng Tianwu actually possessed the strength to appear behind him silently after a few months. If Feng Tianwu made a move on him, he could not imagine the consequences. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Zhang Yan's forehead. Feng Tianwu? Zhang Yan calmly stood in confrontation with Feng Tianwu, and he didn't dare relax in the slightest when facing this young woman that admired Duanling Tian. The fact that the other party was able to silently appear behind him meant that the other party was no longer the same as before. Hand over the 9th level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment and leave. Feng Tianwu stood there. When she looked at Zhang Yan, her beautiful face was filled with calmness, as if no other emotions had arisen. She asked for the profundity fragment in Zhang Yan's hand. Obviously, she had also been attracted by the extremely penetrating message left by Emperor Wu. If you want me to hand over the profundity fragment, you'll have to have the ability to do so. Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed as he coldly spoke. If it was the Feng Tianwu of the past who said this to him, he would think it was a big joke. However, he did not dare to think that way now. The fact that Feng Tianwu was able to appear behind him without making a sound meant that her current strength was on par with his at the very least. She might even be slightly stronger than him. Whoosh! In the face of Zhang Yan's provocation, Feng Tianwu's eyes narrowed. The red dress on her body fluttered, making her look like a real fire elf. She was particularly eye-catching. Suddenly, strands of milky white origin energy rose from Feng Tianwu's body. It was like a milky white flame that twined around her body gently and rhythmically. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy stirred above her head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon quickly condensed into form. As a long whip that looked like a red spirit snake appeared in Feng Tianwu's hand, the heaven and earth phenomenon changed again. Some silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. Looking at the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above Feng Tianwu's head, Zhang Yan's cold face was slightly stunned. It wasn't that the heaven and earth phenomenon was extremely terrifying, but it was too out of his expectations. In the sky above Feng Tianwu, 60 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first, and then another 42 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage? Grade 3 Spirit Whip? A Grade 3 Spirit Weapon that provides a 70% amplification of strength? In next to no time, Zhang Yan's attention moved to descend onto the long whip that was like a red spirit snake in Feng Tianwu's hand, and his eyes were filled with surprise. A Grade 3 spirit weapon that provided a 70% amplification of strength could be said to be the best amongst the various Grade 3 spirit weapons. Zhang Yan found it difficult to imagine which weapons craftsman was actually capable of refining such an abnormal Grade 3 spirit weapon. Wait, in next to no time, Zhang Yan returned to his senses and his eyes squinted. How could she possibly be so simple as a 4th level Void Interpretation stage martial artist? If she's only a 4th level Void Interpretation stage martial artist, then it's absolutely impossible for her to appear behind me without me noticing. This was something that Zhang Yan could determine. After a short moment, when Zhang Yan saw the milky white flames around Feng Tianwu's body transformed into a fiery red color, he finally obtained the answer and solved the puzzlement in his heart. The milky white flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose into a fiery red color before transforming into a true flame that covered the sky, and it enveloped her entire body within it while emitting strands of terrifying aura. At this moment, Feng Tianwu soared into the sky along with the flames, and her graceful figure stood in the sky. She who was enveloped by the flames that covered the sky seemed to have transformed into a true spirit of fire. Whoosh! In the sky above Feng Tianwu, the heaven and earth energy roiled once again at the side of the 102 ancient horned dragon silhouettes before converging into a new heaven and earth phenomenon. After a short moment, 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared before Zhang Yan's eyes. 1st level advanced fire concept? Zhang Yan's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. In next to no time, Zhang Yan's pupils constricted successively, and in the end, he was slightly numb. Heavens! What did he just see? He saw the heaven and earth phenomenon in the sky above Feng Tianwu's head continued to rise until it reached 1,002 ancient horned dragon silhouettes before the heaven and earth energy in the sky disappeared, and the sky returned to its original calm state. Eighth level advanced fire concept. The scene before his eyes completely crushed the coldness on Zhang Yan's face, and he was so shocked that he could not help but be tongue-tied. The 8th level advanced fire concept was equivalent to the strength of 900 ancient horn dragons. Such a concept appearing on a 4th level void interpretation stage martial artist caused Zhang Yan to feel as if he was dreaming. In his opinion, this was something that was almost impossible. 4th level void interpretation comprehended the 8th level void transformation concept. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would definitely not believe this was real. No wonder you still asked me to hand over the profundity fragment after witnessing my strength. As it turns out, your strength is actually so strong. Zhang Yan said in a low voice. His gaze when he looked at Feng Tianwu again was extremely solemn. Whoosh! Almost at the instant Zhang Yan's words left his mouth, waves of soaring and raging flames rose from his body as well. Unlike the red flames on Feng Tianwu's body, the flames on his body were blue. Ice flame. Waves of scorching aura and waves of cold aura were emitted from the ice flame. The contradictory combination caused the air around Zhang Yan to tremble before it emitted a slight air explosion. Boom! Without warning, Feng Tianwu made her move. Her speed was so fast that only a fiery red could be seen. The scorching aura that covered the sky and earth swept out as the vast flames enveloped Zhang Yan. Whoosh! 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 The long whip in Feng Tianwu's hand that was like a red spirit snake swept out swiftly. It was as though it had transformed into a rain of fire that covered the sky as it rained down on Zhang Yan. Its speed was so fast that it was like bolts of lightning. Zhang Yan's expression was extremely solemn. His hands suddenly trembled as they danced swiftly in front of him. In the end, a thick shield condensed in front of him. It was a shield that was completely condensed from waves of ice flame. Boom, 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 boom. The long whip in Feng Tianwu's hand transformed into a rain of fire that covered the sky as it swept down and landed on Zhang Yan's shield, causing the shield in front of Zhang Yan to tremble. In the end, it was unable to withstand the attack and was completely shattered. Whoosh! Almost at the instant when the shield was shattered, Zhang Yan swiftly retreated. He did not dare to hesitate at all. I can only fight head-on. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yan's gaze was slightly cold as he stared at the red-clothed lady in the distance who was rushing toward him. The red-clothed lady was surrounded by raging flames that gave him a formless sense of oppression. Whoosh! Seeing the red-clothed lady brandishing the long red whip in her hand once again, Zhang Yan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and met her head-on. In the next moment, Zhang Yan's hands, which were surrounded by wisps of ice flame, stretched out and grabbed the long red whip with lightning speed. Pa! A loud sound was heard as the long red whip ruthlessly landed on Zhang Yan's palms. The destructive flame energy swept out and pressed down on Zhang Yan's body. Wah! The vital energy and blood in Zhang Yan's body roiled as he directly spat out a mouthful of dazzling blood. However, even though his internal organs were injured, Zhang Yan still firmly held onto the Grade 3 Spirit Whip in Feng Tianwu's hand. At the same time, an icy aura swept out from his hands with the intention of using Ice Concept to suppress Feng Tianwu's Fire Concept. Water countered fire. Ice was condensed in water, and it was colder than water. Therefore, ice was much stronger than water when it came to suppressing fire. Waves of icy aura spread out from Zhang Yan's hands and swept through Feng Tianwu's entire body through the Grade 3 Spirit Whip in Feng Tianwu's hand. For a moment, the flames on Feng Tianwu's body paused slightly as if they were being suppressed. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. However, his pupils could not help but constrict as his expression changed drastically. Bang! The flames on Feng Tianwu's body paused for a moment before exploding abruptly. In a short moment, The icy aura that enveloped her body was melted and expelled. The raging flames surged into the long red whip and gave it an even stronger strength. The long whip shook as the flames soared and blasted Zhang Yan's hands away. Subsequently, a monstrous flame gushed out and seemed to have transformed into a flaming beast that pounced at Zhang Yan menacingly. Shit. Chapter 960. Zhang Yan's ice concept might be able to restrain the fire concept, but that was only if both of their strengths were on par. Presently, when faced with the 8th level advanced fire concept that Feng Tianwu had comprehended, Zhang Yan's ice concept was not worth mentioning at all, and it was easily defeated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Yan braced himself and slapped his palms out in the face of the flames that surged out of Feng Tianwu's whip. He exerted the strength of 978 ancient horn dragons. However, his strength was still slightly inferior in the face of the vast flames that contained the strength of thousands of ancient horn dragons that swept out from Feng Tianwu's whip. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air and set off a series of ear-piercing explosions. The flaming beasts that filled the sky swallowed Zhang Yan and gradually disappeared after a while. On the other hand, Zhang Yan's body flew out. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. Here you go. Zhang Yan's face turned grave when he saw Feng Tianwu was still flying towards him. He lifted his hand and threw the 7th level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment that he took out from the exquisite box earlier. Slap. Feng Tianwu reached out her hand to catch it. Her eyes were cold as she stared at Zhang Yan with killing intent. Oh no! Zhang Yan's face changed dramatically when he saw Feng Tianwu's eyes that were filled with killing intent sweeping towards him. He finally realized that Feng Tianwu wanted to keep him alive to prevent him from spreading the news that she had obtained the profundity fragment. Run! Without any hesitation, Zhang Yan, who was shrouded in the blue ice flame, turned into a blue lightning and fled without looking back. After fleeing for a while, Zhang Yan slowed down a little when he did not notice any wind whistling behind him. At the same time, his forehead was still dripping with cold sweat. Why didn't she chase after me? Could it be that I'm being paranoid? Shaking his head, Zhang Yan's figure flashed once again. Then, he disappeared into another cave and completely disappeared. Due to the fact that Zhang Yan had fled quickly, he did not notice the unusual change that had occurred to Feng Tianwu after he fled. When Feng Tianwu caught the 9th level Monarch stage profundity fragment that Zhang Yan threw out, she really wanted to kill Zhang Yan to prevent him from spreading the news that she had obtained the profundity fragment. Once the news of her obtaining a profundity fragment spread out, she would face a lot of trouble. Although she was not afraid of trouble, she did not like it either. However, just as she was about to attack Zhang Yan, she noticed that the profundity fragment in her hand seemed to have resonated with some kind of energy in her body, causing the origin energy in her body to become restless. At this time, she could only watch as Zhang Yan escaped from her eyes. At the same time, she hurriedly circulated her cultivation technique and tried her best to suppress the restless yuan power in her body. Is it the power of the fire spirit body at work again? It was not difficult for Feng Tianwu to guess this. For a moment, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a bitter smile. Huh. After finally calming down the restless yuan power in her body, something flashed in front of Feng Tianwu's eyes. She noticed that the profundity fragment in her hand flashed with a cold red light and cut her palm. For a moment, blood splattered out of her palm. The blood continued to flow out and dyed half of her palm red. Drip, drip. Drops of blood dripped from Feng Tianwu's hand onto the ground, making a crisp sound. Just as Feng Tianwu's expression changed slightly, and she was about to stop the bleeding with her yuan power. However, she noticed that the profundity fragment in her hand that was flashing with a fiery red energy suddenly softened strangely and turned into a pool of fiery red liquid that entered her body through the wound on her palm. At the same time, she noticed that the wound on her palm was healing on its own. If it was not for the blood, she might have thought that everything that happened earlier was just an illusion. Where's the profundity fragment? Feng Tianwu's expression changed immediately when she regained her senses. Only then did she recall that the ninth-level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment seemed to have merged with her palm and body earlier. At the same time, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something. Her beautiful eyes narrowed immediately. At this moment, she could clearly feel a scorching warm current entering her arm from her palm and spreading to her entire body. Not only that, but the power of the fire spirit body that was originally lurking in her body also became restless when it sensed the arrival of this scorching hot current. It was like a passionate host welcoming the arrival of a guest. A moment later, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something again. With just a thought, a monstrous flame rose from her body. It burned and emitted a scorching aura. This is the ninth-level advanced fire concept? Almost at the same time when the flame rose, Feng Tianwu instinctively lifted her head to look at the sky above her head. The heaven and earth phenomenon had already formed there. 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were hovering there and descending. They were ready to attack at any time. At this moment, she did not use any origin energy or spirit weapon. She only used her fire concept to communicate with the heaven and earth energy to trigger such a heaven and earth phenomenon. She did not know when the fire concept she had comprehended had improved from the 8th-level void transformation concept to the 9th-level void transformation concept. Wait, I feel like it can be even stronger. At this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something. She shook her head in a daze and thought again. Boom. Almost at the same time when Feng Tianwu thought about it, the flame that was hovering around her body soared again. Its color became even darker. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred again. In the end, it gathered into the embryonic silhouettes of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Unfortunately, they disappeared again before they could form. When the 1,000 ancient horned dragons disappeared before they could form, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face changed abruptly. She was in so much pain that she could not help but cry out in pain. Earlier, when she was elevating her fire concept, she felt as though her entire body was burning uncontrollably. An inexplicable scorching energy rose in her body and almost made her explode. Due to this reason, she hurriedly stopped elevating her fire concept. At the same time, the inexplicable scorching energy that was spreading all over her body and almost made her explode finally calmed down. That's the energy from the fire spirit body, but it seems like there's another energy. Oh yeah, it's the energy from the 9th-level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment. Feng Tianwu's pretty face turned pale. She had never thought that after the profundity fragment had inexplicably turned into a liquid and merged with her body, it would cause such a huge change to her. First, her fire concept had inexplicably elevated to the 9th-level advanced level. Then, when she communicated with the 9th-level advanced fire concept, she could faintly feel that she could continue elevating her fire concept. The fire concept that had been elevated was twice as powerful as the 9th-level advanced fire concept. Perhaps, it could no longer be considered as the fire concept. Isn't that the energy that can only be obtained by comprehending the 1st-level Monarch stage fire profundity? Feng Tianwu could not help but gasp when she thought of this. The 1st-level Monarch stage fire profundity was twice as powerful as the 9th-level advanced fire concept. Once she communicated with it and unleashed it, it was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. I can communicate and unleash the 1st-level Monarch stage fire profundity? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face froze when she recalled what had happened earlier. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. With just a thought, Feng Tianwu began to check the situation in her body. At the first possible moment, a deep-colored fiery red fragment appeared before her eyes. It was the fire concept fragment that had condensed in her body after she comprehended the advanced fire concept. Currently, it was already a 9th-level fire concept fragment. Soon, Feng Tianwu noticed that the 9th-level fire concept fragment in her body was different from the ordinary concept fragments. There was a small gap on it. Wisps of fiery red gangqi were flickering from this small gap, ready to burst out at any moment. Isn't this the energy flickering on the surface of the profundity fragment? My 9th-level fire concept fragment is showing signs of transforming into a 1st-level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment? Feng Tianwu's eyes widened. Disbelief was written all over her beautiful face again. Although I can communicate and unleash the first-level Monarch stage fire profundity now, it'll trigger the energy from the fire spirit body in my body. It's going to explode my body. If I didn't withdraw the fire profundity in time earlier, I'm afraid my body would have exploded in no time. At that time, I won't even have to wait until I'm 30 years old. I'll be blown into ashes by the fire spirit body's energy. Feng Tianwu gasped when she thought of this. Fear still lingered in her heart. What's going on? Feng Tianwu could only smile wryly when she thought of the transformation that happened to her body. After a while, Feng Tianwu suppressed the throbbing in her heart and recalled the cause and effect. Soon, she had an answer in her heart. It's the 9th-level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment. It must be the energy from the fire spirit body in my body that melted it into liquid and merged with my body. Then, it caused me to undergo a transformation. After confirming the cause, Feng Tianwu could not help but sigh. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. I've successfully comprehended the fire concept to the 9th-level advance. I can even risk my body exploding to communicate and unleash the first-level Monarch stage fire profundity by force. Feng Tianwu did not expect a profundity fragment to cause such an outcome. Chapter 961. Feng Tianwu sighed faintly. Her lovely and moving appearance aroused pity in others. Until now, she still had no idea why the 9th-level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment would turn into liquid and enter her body. It resonated with the energy from the fire spirit body. However, it was no longer important to her. Elder Brother Duan. A purple figure suddenly appeared in Feng Tianwu's mind. It was a young man who always wore a purple robe. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. Even if the prophecy isn't true, I, Feng Tianwu, will never regret knowing you. Feng Tianwu blushed as she muttered to herself. It was as though blood was about to drip out of her cheeks. Her bashful look was enough to captivate all living things. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could not see Feng Tianwu's bashful look. He was currently shuttling through the caves as he continued to search for the direction of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He intended to head to the palace in the central area. That was the highlight of the treasure hunt for the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. In terms of value, the Emperor stage profundity fragment in the Emperor Wu's body was more than the sum of all the other treasures, including the 7 Monarch stage profundity fragments combined. So what if there's no other way? I must get the Emperor stage profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, knew very well how precious the Emperor stage profundity fragment was. Even the reincarnation Emperor Wu only has 1 Emperor stage profundity fragment in the great treasure left behind by him. Moreover, it's not his. He used up his Emperor stage profundity fragment when he was reincarnating. Through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew that when the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated the 3 lives reincarnation technique, he had to burn his own Emperor stage profundity fragment. Therefore, the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not leave behind his Emperor profundity fragment. The Emperor stage profundity fragment left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu is only a first-level Emperor stage profundity fragment. Moreover, I have no use for it. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something. Perhaps the Emperor stage profundity fragment in the body of the Emperor Wu expert, who left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, is something I can use. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian became more and more anxious. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian continued to search faster and faster, as if he was rushing to be reincarnated. Time passed quietly. Duan Lingtian was still searching nonstop. Along the way, the corpses of the 5-element sect's disciples appeared before his eyes one after another, causing his expression to turn slightly unsightly. Some of the 5-element sect's disciples were even Wood Peak's disciples that he was familiar with. Earlier, before he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, these Wood Peak's disciples were extremely respectful to him. They kept calling him Senior Brother Lingtian and Senior Brother Lingtian. He had to admit that every time he heard the group of Wood Peak's disciples calling him Senior Brother Lingtian, he felt a little happy in his heart. After all, those Wood Peak's disciples were even older than him. Now, All of them had become corpses. Tianwu, Su Li, Big Brother Zhang, Daniu, Chunwei. All of you should be all right, right? A few figures flashed past his mind, and Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with worry. Up until now, the thing he felt most fortunate about was that there was no one he was familiar with among the pile of corpses he saw along the way. He could not help but feel fortunate. Time passed by quietly. A month's time passed by very quickly. Duan Lingtian continued to move through the various caves in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Along the way, he encountered some ignorant young powerhouses who took the initiative to attack him. However, without exception, all of them died in his hands. Up until now, the strongest young powerhouse Duan Lingtian had encountered was still that Anika sect's disciple, Peng Bao. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that there were definitely other young powerhouses whose strength was on par with, or even stronger than Peng Bao in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Peng Bao was from the second-rate force, Anika sect. There were also two other young powerhouses who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. Among the young experts from the two second-rate forces, there must be someone who could be mentioned in the same breath as Peng Bao, or even surpass him. Along the way, as long as it was someone who took the initiative to attack Duan Lingtian, they were basically all killed by him in one move. It's a pity that I didn't encounter the other 4 Monarch stage profundity fragments. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little disappointed when he thought about this. However, he soon felt relieved. At the same time, he could not help but laugh at himself. I'm too greedy. I've already obtained 1 Monarch stage profundity fragment, and I'm still thinking about the other 4. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and soon entered a cave. With just a glance, he saw the 2 corpses lying on the ground. The bodies were already rotten and emitted a disgusting stench. Duan Lingtian did not cover his nose, nor did he show any disgust on his face. In his previous life on Earth, as a weapons specialist, he had encountered many similar scenes. He had experienced many more disgusting scenes than this, so he was already immune to them. Initially, this cave was just a random place that Duan Lingtian had passed by. He had encountered many similar scenes along the way, so it was not enough to surprise him. However, he suddenly stopped when he was about to move to the other exit of the cave. It was as if he had discovered something special. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was completely attracted by a plant in the innermost part of the cave. It was an extremely unique plant. It was not the usual green color, but 3 other colors. Its slightly exposed roots were golden. Its branches were purple. Its leaves were red. Duan Lingtian subconsciously felt that this unique plant was not simple when he saw it. He could not help but search through Reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of memories in an attempt to find the answer. Soon, he found the answer. Tricolor tree? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed in an instant. Shock filled his face, and his eyes shone brightly as if he had seen a precious treasure. However, Duan Lingtian's expression soon froze. This was because he saw 3 small holes on the plant. It seems like this tricolor tree has already borne the tricolor fruit. The tricolor fruit is not a single spirit fruit, but a collective name for 3 spirit fruits. They have different colors, and their medicinal efficacy will not decrease. Their medicinal efficacy is mild, and even a void interpretation martial artist can consume them. Any one of the fruits is enough to help a martial artist below the 4th level void transformation break through a level. If the 3 spirit fruits are consumed by a 1st level void transformation martial artist, they can even cross 3 levels in a short time and enter the 4th level void transformation in one fell swoop. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and frowned. Who is it? I can't believe he's so lucky. Looking at the holes on this tricolor tree, the spirit fruits have been harvested for at least a month. Soon after, Duan Lingtian carefully observed the tricolor tree and muttered to himself, if I were that person, I would definitely look for a remote place to consume the spirit fruits and cultivate after obtaining the 3 spirit fruits. After all, in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the stronger one is, the longer one can live and obtain more precious treasures. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed when he thought of this. Perhaps, I can search for the person who obtained the 3 spirit fruits nearby. He must be consuming the spirit fruits and cultivating in a remote place nearby. It's impossible for him to consume all 3 spirit fruits in such a short time. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not think that perhaps the 3 spirit fruits were obtained by 3 people and had become part of the origin energy in their bodies. However, after he carefully observed the 2 bodies in the cave, he noticed that they were killed by the same weapon and method. It was obvious that the person who killed them was the same person. It should be the same person. Even if it's not, I still have to take a gamble. If I make the right bet, I'll be able to obtain at least 1 spirit fruit. If I make the wrong bet, I'll just waste some time. Soon after, Duan Lingtian made a decision in his heart. Although he had made the decision, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to leave. His gaze fell on the 3-colored tree, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looks like the person who took away the tricolored fruit is not someone who knows what's good for him. Although this tricolored tree itself is not as precious as the 3 spirit fruits, as long as some medicinal herbs are added to it, it can be refined into a tricolored pill that can slightly increase one's cultivation. There was nothing ordinary about the tricolored tree. In fact, even if he used his spiritual energy to examine it, he would not be able to discover anything special about it. However, the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory told Duan Lingtian that the tricolor tree, as the carrier of the tricolor fruit, had accumulated a lot of heaven and earth origin energy over the years. The heaven and earth origin energy had merged perfectly with the tricolor tree. Only by using a special refining method could one mobilize the heaven and earth origin energy accumulated in the tricolor tree to refine the tricolor pill. The tricolor pill is not a difficult pill to refine. A grade 3 alchemist can refine it as long as they know the method, let alone a grade 1 alchemist like me. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He already had a plan in his heart to refine the tricolor pill. It just so happened that he had the other medicinal herbs to refine the tricolor pill. If it's just the medicinal efficacy of the tricolor pill, it won't be enough to help me break through. However, the medicinal efficacy of the tricolor pill can trigger the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. It won't be difficult for me to break through to the 2nd level void transformation. That was exactly what Duan Lingtian was thinking at this moment. After he had entered the void transformation stage, the speed of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy had increased a lot. It was not something an ordinary void transformation stage martial artist could compare to. However, there was still a limit to it. If he wanted the rebirth pill to unleash its overbearing medicinal efficacy, he still needed the medicinal efficacy of the spirit fruit to trigger it. Chapter 962. At this moment, the main medicinal catalyst, the tricolor tree, was right in front of Duan Lingtian. Coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian had the other medicinal materials he needed to refine the tricolor pill, he was able to refine the tricolor pill. Therefore, he decided immediately. He would refine the tricolor pill. In terms of grade, the tricolor pill was a grade 3 pill. Only alchemists above grade 3 could successfully refine it. If one was not an alchemist above grade 3, it would be useless even if one knew how to refine it. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was an existence that had fused with the lifetime worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor and inherited the lifetime worth of the rebirth martial emperor's medicine refinement methods and experience. He was a qualified grade 3 or above alchemist. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the 1st level void transformation, he could condense a grade 1 pill fire with the help of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience. For this reason, he was now a grade 1 alchemist. A grade 1 alchemist was extremely rare even in the foreign lands. They usually only existed in some first-rate forces, and there were very few of them. It was rare for a first-rate force to have a grade 1 alchemist. Some first-rate forces did not even have a grade 1 alchemist. If they wanted a grade 1 pill, they could only ask for it from a grade 1 alchemist outside. They would have to pay a high price. However, even then, they were still scrambling for it. The preciousness of a grade 1 medicinal pill was not something a grade 2 medicinal pill could compare to, let alone those grade 3 medicinal pills and medicinal pills below grade 3 that were not even comparable to grade 2 medicinal pills. Regardless of Duan Lingtian's achievements in martial Dao, just the fact that he had become a grade 1 weapons craftsman before the age of 30 was enough to shock many people. However, With the pill fire I have now, I need a grade 1 cauldron to refine the pill. After all, an ordinary cauldron can't withstand my pill fire. When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a purple flame lit up in his hand. There was a golden border around the purple flame. Violet gold pill fire. It was a grade 1 pill fire. Only a grade 1 cauldron could contain a grade 1 pill fire. A low-grade cauldron would be melted into a puddle of liquid in just a blink of an eye when it was enveloped by a grade 1 pill fire. Not to mention concocting medicinal pills. It's not difficult for me to refine a grade 1 cauldron now. However, I don't seem to have enough materials to refine a grade 1 cauldron. Duan Lingtian frowned when he thought of this. Ever since his cultivation base had broken through to the void transformation stage, not only could he use his origin energy to condense a grade 1 pill fire, but he could also condense a grade 1 weapon fire. As someone who had fused with the Rebirth Martial Emperor's lifelong memories and had also inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor's methods and experience in refining medicine and weapons, Qin Wentian had also inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor. From the moment he was able to condense a grade 1 pill fire and a grade 1 weapon fire, he could be considered a qualified grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapons craftsman. Moreover, since he had a grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapon craftsman on Cloud Continent, he could be considered as one of the top alchemists and grade 1 weapon craftsmen since he had a grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapon craftsman. Let's talk about refining pills first. If he could refine a grade 1 pill with a purity of 90% and above, could other grade 1 alchemists do the same? Let's talk about weapon refining. If he could easily refine a grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification, could other grade 1 weapon craftsmen do the same? Since he had a grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapon craftsman, he was like the reincarnation of Emperor Wu when it came to refining pills and spirit weapons. He could easily refine the best of the best. I do have quite a few spatial rings with me. I haven't opened many of them yet. Perhaps I can find the materials I need to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He took out a pile of spatial rings from his spatial ring and performed a blood ownership claim on them. He intended to look for the materials he needed to refine a cauldron in these spatial rings. These spatial rings were his spoils of war in the past. He usually threw them into his spatial ring and did not bother to look for them. After looking through more than 30 spatial rings, Duan Lingtian stopped what he was doing. He had gathered all the materials he needed to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. I should perform a blood ownership claim on the remaining spatial rings when I'm free in the future and take out the things inside. Otherwise, I won't know what's inside at a critical moment. After this lesson, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Since he had gathered all the materials, Duan Lingtian began to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. He did not deliberately look for a remote place. With the weapon crafting attainments he inherited from Emperor Wu of the Reincarnation era and his current status as a grade 1 weapon craftsman, he could ignore the interference from the outside world to a certain extent. Even if there was interference from the outside world, it would at most affect the quality of the medicinal cauldron that he refined. The grade 1 spirit cauldron was an auxiliary spirit weapon instead of an offensive spirit weapon, so it did not need to be of high quality. Generally speaking, the higher the quality of the spirit artifact medicinal cauldron, the higher the chances of forming a pill. However, Duan Lingtian, who had absorbed Emperor Wu's memories and inherited Samsara Emperor Wu's lifetime of artifact forging skills and experience, did not need to care about the quality of spirit artifacts at all. Even if the quality of the cauldron was even worse, when refining pills, he could still produce pills with a 100% success rate. All of this was because he had not only inherited the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience, but he had also inherited the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience. The Reincarnation Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes. In terms of weapon crafting Dao and medicine refining Dao, he stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian, who had absorbed his memories, was naturally not inferior to him. Begin. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He took out the spirit artifact medicinal cauldron from before and began to refine the grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron with another pile of refining materials. One by one, the materials turned into puddles of liquid and floated in the air under Duan Lingtian's guidance. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's hands moved at lightning speed. The extremely mysterious refining technique was at his fingertips. His speed was so fast that ordinary people would not be able to see his movements at all. Soon, all the liquids merged together. As time went by, the embryonic form of the spirit artifact medicinal cauldron began to appear. After Duan Lingtian continued to refine it, a Grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron was formed very quickly. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian only spent 3 hours. If the other Grade 1 weapons craftsmen on Cloud Continent witnessed this refining speed with their own eyes, they would be so shocked that they would not be able to regain their senses for a long time. An ordinary Grade 1 weapons craftsman would need at least 3 to 5 days to refine a Grade 1 spirit artifact like the medicinal cauldron. If they were to refine it carefully, it would not be strange if they spent more than 10 days. However, Duan Lingtian had successfully refined the Grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron in just 3 hours. Due to the fact that there was no one to disturb him, the quality of the medicinal cauldron was extremely high. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and grabbed the medicinal cauldron. After glancing at the cauldron, he looked at the few exits of the cave and muttered to himself, "It seems like there aren't many living people left in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It's been 3 hours, but there's no one else who came here." There were many treasures in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was enough to make the group of young powerhouses who came in from the outside go crazy. At the same time, the group of young powerhouses would naturally fight for the treasures. Deaths and injuries were inevitable. Along the way, Duan Lingtian saw no less than 50 corpses. They came here for the treasures. When they first came in, they must have had good dreams. However, dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. In the end, they all lost their lives here. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he recalled the corpses that he saw along the way. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's gaze returned to the Grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron in his hand. A smile appeared on his face. Now, I can start refining the tricolor pill. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian slowly pulled out the tricolor tree. After cleaning the soil on it, he rolled it into a ball and tossed it into the medicinal cauldron. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took out some herbs. They were all ordinary herbs. Although the tricolor pill was a good Grade 3 pill, due to its low grade and the fact that it mainly relied on the main herb, the tricolor tree, the other herbs were not rare. After gathering the herbs, a purplish gold flame appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a Grade 1 pill fire. As a Grade 1 alchemist, naturally, refining a Grade 3 pill like the tricolor pill did not pose any pressure to him. Following the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian's hand moved faster and faster. It was as though he had transformed into 2 streaks of lightning that crossed each other. Even the airflow in the air was stirred. Faint sounds of air explosions reverberated in the air. The compressed airflow swept out and set off gusts of strong wind that blew the flowers and plants in the damp cave. Even if it was another Grade 1 alchemist, it would only take 3 to 4 hours at most to refine a Grade 3 pill like the tricolor pill. However, Duan Lingtian was a Grade 1 alchemist. Naturally, other Grade 1 alchemists could not compare to him. It only took him an hour to retract his pill fire. Smack! As Duan Lingtian's hands landed on the medicinal cauldron, a pill shot out from the medicinal cauldron. It was a strange pill. The reason why it was strange was because its surface was a mixture of 3 colors: gold, purple, and red. They were the 3 colors of the tricolor tree. Tricolor pill. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian hurriedly threw the tricolor pill into his mouth. Then, he sat cross-legged at a low altitude and closed his eyes to begin cultivating. When Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the void interpretation stage, he cultivated the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form. Apart from helping him comprehend the sword concept, the Sword Dragon form also came with a set of heaven-rank advanced sword skill, the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. It was an extremely domineering sword skill. Now that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the void transformation stage, he naturally no longer cultivated the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form. Chapter 963. The 8th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form. The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body started to circulate according to the mental cultivation method of the roaming dragon form. In just a short moment, it had completed one cycle. At the same time, the medicinal effect of the tricolor pill entered his body through his throat and started to come into contact with his origin energy. The overbearing medicinal effect of the rebirth pill that was hidden in Duan Lingtian's dantian seemed to have noticed something and suddenly rushed out. It merged with the origin energy and merged with the medicinal effect of the tricolor pill. At that moment, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body started to circulate faster like a bolt of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, it had completed a few cycles according to the mental cultivation method of the roaming dragon form. Gradually, Duan Lingtian's mind started to sink into his cultivation. Of course, his spiritual energy was constantly on guard against the outside world. Once someone came near, he would immediately wake up and attack. Seeing that the origin energy in his body was circulating according to the mental cultivation method of the roaming dragon form and everything was on the right track, Duan Lingtian finally had time to think about other things. Dragon Soaring the Nine Heavens is the heaven-rank advanced martial skill that comes with the 8th form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form. Its foundation is the Spirit Serpent movement skill and whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he muttered, however, if I want to use whirlwind as the foundation to cultivate Dragon Soaring the Nine Heavens to the initial stage, it's still slightly lacking. Dragon Soaring the Nine Heavens was similar to ordinary martial skills. It was divided into 4 stages: rudimentary stage, initial stage, mastery stage, and perfection stage. If it was only the rudimentary stage Dragon Soaring through the Nine Heavens, then in terms of speed, it was even inferior to the perfection stage whirlwind that Duan Lingtian had grasped. Therefore, Duan Lingtian didn't directly cultivate the Dragon Soaring through the Nine Heavens. During this period of time, following the memories left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he wanted to use whirlwind as the foundation to master Dragon Soaring the Nine Heavens to the initial stage in one go. At that time, his speed would be even faster, and it would not be a problem for him to traverse the strength of more than 10 ancient horned dragons. In addition, the 8th form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form, had a very special characteristic. It emphasized the use of wind to nurture fire, and relied on the wind concept to comprehend the fire concept. Once he comprehended the fire concept, he would be able to master the ability to use the fire concept with the help of the wind concept, allowing the might of the fire concept to increase. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to using the wind to fuel the fire. His sworn enemy in the past, Zishang, had mastered such a technique. It was able to increase the strength of the fire concept by 50%, and it was similar to how the earth concept relied on the earth energy. At some point, a fragment appeared in each of Duan Lingtian's hands. A deep cyan fragment and a deep purple fragment. They were the 9th level advanced wind concept fragment and the 9th level advanced thunder concept fragment. They originated from the body of the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, one of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the northern desert. The sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect was killed by Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, and Chiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak. The 2 concept fragments were in Chiyu's hands, and he gave them to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian held the 2 concept fragments in his hands. While comprehending the 2 types of concepts at the same time, he was silently cultivating the mental cultivation method of the 8th form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form. Not long after, Duan Lingtian discovered a problem. While he was cultivating, he discovered that the elevation of his wind concept was a little strange. It was completely out of his expectations. The speed of the advancement was far faster than before. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian thought that he had been enlightened. However, he soon realized that it was not him who had suddenly been enlightened. The reason this happened was entirely due to the mental cultivation method of the 8th form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form. When the origin energy in his body circulated according to the mental cultivation method of the 8th form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form, the speed at which he comprehended the wind concept was much faster than before. At this moment, he was completely certain. The 8th form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form, could help him to comprehend the fire concept to a certain extent and help him comprehend the wind concept as well. This is not recorded even in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Although the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique was created by the reincarnation Emperor Wu after 2 lifetimes, he had never truly cultivated it. After Duan Lingtian muttered to himself in his heart for a while, he completely immersed himself in his cultivation. His cultivation base rose rapidly. His wind concept and thunder concept were also quietly rising. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, a soft sound came from Duan Lingtian's body. It was the origin energy that was guided by the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and broke through the bottleneck of Duan Lingtian's cultivation base that was leading to the second-level void transformation stage. After the bottleneck was broken, his cultivation base broke through to the second-level void transformation stage in one fell swoop. At the same time, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill returned to Duan Lingtian's DNA. As for the tricolor pill's medicinal efficacy, it had long been exhausted. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to complete the breakthrough in such a short period of time with just the tricolor pill's medicinal efficacy. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. I feel like my wind concept and thunder concept are going to break through soon. My harvest this time is not bad. As he felt the origin energy in his body that had undergone a transformation, Duan Lingtian probed to sense the advancement of his wind concept and lightning concept, and for a time, his face revealed a satisfied smile. With these 4 9th-level concept fragments, I don't need to deliberately search for another concept fragment. Unknowingly, 2 more concept fragments appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. They were the 9th-level Earth concept fragment and the 9th-level Sword concept fragment. Duan Lingtian weighed the 4 9th-level concept fragments in his hand, and the smile on his face grew brighter. Senior Brother Wei, these are the 9th-level concept fragments. Suddenly, a hurried and unpleasant voice clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to wake up immediately. At the same time, he put away the 4 concept fragments in his hand. I see them. 4 9th-level concept fragments. Another cold voice sounded, mixed with a hint of greed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who stood up hastily, saw 2 young men appear in the cavern with just a glance. They were staring at him covetously. Between the 2 of them, the skinny young man stood in front, and a young man with a ferocious and terrifying face stood slightly behind him on his right. His appearance was extremely ugly. Boy, there's no need to hide anymore. We've already seen the 4 9th-level concept fragments in your hand earlier. The young man with the terrifying face looked at Duan Lingtian and grinned. However, his grin was extremely ugly. It was even uglier than crying, and his voice was extremely unpleasant to the ears as well. It was the owner of the first voice earlier. When Duan Lingtian heard the words of the young man with the ferocious and terrifying face, he raised his eyebrows lightly. However, he did not pay any attention to the other party. At the same time, his spiritual energy swept out immediately and probed the cultivation base of the 2 young men. Haha, Senior Brother Wei, look at him. He's scared silly by us. When the young man with the terrifying face saw Duan Lingtian did not make any movement and stood still on the spot, he laughed complacently. His laughter became even more arrogant. Senior Brother Wei, leave this boy to me. After I kill him, I only want the 9th-level fire concept fragment in his hand. I'll give the rest to you. When the young man with the terrifying face reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the strong young man with a humble expression. All right. The strong young man who was addressed as Senior Brother Wei nodded indifferently. From the beginning until the end, he did not look Duan Lingtian in the eye at all. It was as though he did not take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. Of course, this was also because Duan Lingtian only looked to be around 25 years old. It was inevitable that people would look down on him when he was so young. When the young man with the terrifying face heard the strong young man's agreement, his eyes lit up. With a raise of his hand, a thick and heavy spiked club appeared in his hand. Origin energy raged within it before it was entwined with a ball of flame. Brat, to be able to die in my hands, you can consider yourself lucky. As the young man with the terrifying face looked at Duan Lingtian, His figure flashed out as though he had transformed into a cannonball that shot out swiftly. His entire body was suffused with vast flames as he fiercely smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Boom, 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 boom. Everywhere he passed, the spiked club that was entwined with flames would be swung, causing the airflow in the air to be compressed before it exploded. It set off a series of explosive sounds that sounded like thunder. At the same time, waves of scorching air waves turned into gales and blew in all directions, causing the temperature of the entire cave to rise by a few degrees. Whoosh! After a short moment, the young man with the terrifying face arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He swung the spiked club that was entwined with flames in his hand and smashed it towards Duan Lingtian like a falling meteor. At the same time, more than 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws above the terrifying young man's head as they charged towards Duan Lingtian menacingly. First Level Void Transformation Stage. First Level Advanced Fire Concept. Grade 2 Spirit Weapon. This was the strength of the terrifying-looking young man. Smack! Just when the terrifying young man thought that Duan Lingtian would be killed by his spiked club, he was shocked to find that the spiked club that he had swung out violently had stopped in midair. When he focused his eyes and looked forward, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his entire life. God, what did he just see? The purple-clad young man that he had not taken seriously since the beginning had unknowingly raised one of his hands and forcefully grabbed the spiked club that he had swung out earlier. After all, the swing of his club contained the strength of more than 500 ancient horned dragons. How's this possible? The terrifying young man's expression changed drastically. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he exerted force in his hand in an attempt to pull back the spiked club that was grabbed by the purple-clad young man. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.